Deuteronomy. There's a summary. Look at the summary.
The book of Deuteronomy is the fifth book of the Bible and the final book of the Torah. After the exodus from Egypt, Israel was at Mount Sinai for 1 year, entering into a covenant with their God. And then they had the disastrous road trip through the wilderness, and the Exodus generation disqualified themselves from entering into the land promised to Abraham. And so Deuteronomy begins with Moses standing in front of this new generation, explaining the Torah. And it's from here that the design and purpose of the book unfolds. Deuteronomy is a series of speeches from Moses where he's calling the next generation of Israel to be faithful to the covenant with their God. At the center of the book is a collection of laws, which are the terms of the covenant between God and Israel. Some of the laws are new, but many are repeated from the laws given earlier at Mount Sinai. And that's actually where this book gets its name, from a Greek word deuteronomion, which means a second law. Now, surrounding these laws are two outer sections of Moses' speech. Each of these are broken up into two parts themselves. Let's just dive in and we'll see how this whole thing works. So Moses, first of all, summarizes the story so far, and he highlights how rebellious the previous generation was, in contrast with God's constant grace and provision in the wilderness. And God did bring his justice on them, yes, but he did not abandon his covenant promises. After this comes a series of very passionate sermons where Moses calls on this new generation to be more faithful than their parents were to the covenant. He reminds them of the Ten Commandments, and then the centerpiece of this section is a famous line called the Shema. Moses says, "Listen, Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord alone, and you shall love the Lord your God with all of your heart, with all of your soul, and with all of your might." This became a very important daily prayer in Judaism, and it brings all of the themes of the book together. So the word listen, or Shema in Hebrew, it means much more than just to hear. Its meaning includes responding to what you hear, or in English we would say obey. And the word love in Hebrew also means much more than just an emotion or feeling. It's about a decision of wholehearted devotion to God that involves your will and your emotions, your mind and your heart. Now, for Israel, their obedience and devotion to God served a much larger purpose. Obedience to the laws is going to make Israel a unique people among the nations. Just like God said at Mount Sinai, they will become a kingdom of priests. And Moses now says, how? Israel has the chance, by following the laws, to show the whole world the wisdom and the justice of God. The other key idea...
So this would be like if a country is filled with lawyers, like people who understand the law.
In the Shema is that Israel was called to obey and be devoted to the Lord alone.
It's gonna be pretty hard.
Literally, in Hebrew, it says, the Lord is one. Now, in context, the point is that the Lord is the one God.
You're gonna need
Israel
enough priests,
to
but you
worship
can't
and obey.
have a country with
Israel's about to go
just
into the land
priests.
of Canaan, where people worship idol gods that represent all different aspects of creation: the sun, the weather, sex, and war. And in Moses' view,
Like the more
worshiping
laws
these
you add
gods
onto this thing,
degrades humans
the less
and
priests you're gonna
destroys
have.
communities. But worshiping the God of Israel, who's the creator and the redeemer, that will lead to life and blessing. And so we come to the large collection of laws at the center of the book. And they're roughly arranged by topic. So the opening section is about Israel's
There's
worship
more
of
laws,
their God.
bro?
They were to have one central temple where one God would be worshipped. And also, God was to be worshipped in Israel's care for its poor. So, for example, all Israelites were to set aside 1/10 of their
They're
annual
writing the
income to be given
Constitution.
to the temple. But
This is a
another
long-ass
10th was to be
Constitution.
set aside every 3 years and given to the poor. And these are the kinds of laws that put Israel on the cutting edge of justice in comparison to their ancient neighbors, and it was all bound up with their worship of God. The next section outlines the character qualities of Israel's leaders. So the elders, the priests, the kings, these were all placed under the authority of the covenant laws, which God said that he would enforce by sending prophets to keep the leaders accountable. So in contrast to Israel's neighbors, where kings were thought of as divine and a law unto themselves, Israel's leaders were subordinate to the law and the prophets. Following this is a large section of laws about Israel's civil life, so rules about marriage and family and business, and also about social justice, about their legal system and how it was to protect widows and orphans and immigrants. And then these are concluded by more laws about worship. Now, here's some tips for reading all of these laws. Remember, first of all, these are the terms of the Sinai covenant given specifically to ancient Israel, living in a culture that's very different from yours. And so, two, it's not going to be helpful to compare these laws with modern laws from a very different culture. Rather, these were given to set Israel apart. And so we need to compare these laws with those of Israel's neighbors, like in Assyria or Babylon. And when you do that, all of a sudden laws that seemed harsh or bizarre become much more clear. You see that God is pushing Israel to a higher level of justice than was ever known before. And so finally, try to discern what core principles of wisdom or justice underlie any particular law, and you'll discover some really profound things. So here's an extra credit assignment. Go see how Paul the Apostle does this very thing in his first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 9, and he quotes a law from Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 4. It's really interesting. So back to Moses. After he goes through all of the laws, he issues a final challenge that Israel should listen to and love their God. He first issues a warning and an ultimatum. If Israel listens to and obeys their God, everything's going to go great, lots of divine blessing. But if they don't listen and rebel, famine, plague, devastation, and ultimately exile from the land. And then Moses forces a decision. He says, "Today I set before you all life or death, blessing or curse, goodness or evil. So choose life by loving the Lord your God and listening to him." But then Moses says this. He says, "I know that after I die, you're going to rebel and turn away from God and end up in exile." Which is kind of a downer. But then again, he's been with these people for decades, and it becomes clear that his hopes are not very high. But all is not lost, Moses says.
Yeah, you're going to have some criminals in any country.
When Israel is sitting in exile, at any point, Moses says they can turn back to their God, who will, in his words, circumcise your hearts so that you may love him with all your heart and soul and live. Now, this is a vivid metaphor that's saying something is fundamentally wrong with Israel's heart. It's stubborn and hard. And it's the same thing wrong with the heart of all of humanity. This is going all the way and hard. And it's the same thing wrong with the heart of all of humanity.
That's what I'm saying.
This is going all the way back to the rebellion in the garden. Humans seized autonomy from God. They wanted to define good and evil for themselves, and they ruined God's good world as a result. But one day, Moses says, God is going to do something to transform the hearts of his people so that they can truly listen to and love God from the heart and be led back to true life. And this is the promise that gets picked up by the later biblical prophets, Jeremiah and Ezekiel, the hope for a new heart. So Moses ends his speech with a poem of warning and then of blessing, and then he walks up onto a mountain and he dies. And so the Torah draws to a close. All of the major plot tensions of the biblical story are in place, but left totally unresolved. So when is the descendant of the woman going to come and defeat evil? Or how is God going to rescue the whole world and bless all nations through this family? And how can God's holiness be reconciled with people who are continually rebellious? And how is God going to transform the hearts of his people? You just have to keep reading to find out. But for now, that's what the book of Deuteronomy is all about.
Let's get into it.
Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 1. This book contains the speeches that Moses made while Israel was in the land of Moab, camped near the town of Suf in the desert east of the Jordan River. The town of Paran was in one direction from their camp, and the towns of Tophel, Laban, Hazeroth, and Dizahab were in the opposite direction. Earlier, Moses had defeated the Amorite king Sihon of Heshbon. Moses had also defeated King Og of Bashan, who used to live in Ashtaroth for part of the year and in Edrei for the rest of the year. Although it takes only 11 days to walk from Mount Sinai to Kadesh Barnea by way of the Mount Seir road, these speeches were not made until 40 years after Israel left Egypt. The Lord had given Moses his laws for the people of Israel. And on the first day of the 11th month, Moses began explaining those laws by saying,
"People of Israel, when we were in our camp at Mount Sinai, the Lord our God told us, 'You have stayed here long enough. Leave this place and go into the land that belongs to the Amorites and their neighbors the Canaanites.' This land includes the Jordan River Valley, the hill country, the western foothills, the southern desert, the Mediterranean Sea coast, the Lebanon mountains, and all the territory as far as the Euphrates River. I give you this land, just as I promised your ancestors Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now you must go and take the land." Right after the Lord commanded us to leave Mount Sinai, I told you, "Israel, being your leader is too big a job for one person. The Lord our God has blessed us. And so now there are as many of us as there are stars in the sky. God has even promised to bless us 1,000 times more, and I pray that he will. But I cannot take care of all your problems and settle all your arguments alone. Each tribe must choose some experienced men who are known for their wisdom and understanding, and I will make those men the official leaders of their tribes. You answered, that's a good idea. Then I took these men, who were already wise.
So I guess what he's saying is he assumes, Moses assumes that this country, like all countries, won't last forever.
And respected leaders, and I appointed them as your official leaders. Some of them became military officers in charge of groups of 1,000 or 100 or 50 or 10, and others became judges. I gave these judges the following instructions. When you settle legal cases, your decisions must be fair. It doesn't matter if the case is between two Israelites or between an Israelite and a foreigner living in your community. And it doesn't matter if one is helpless and the other is powerful. Don't be afraid of anyone. No matter who shows up in your court, God will help you make a fair decision. If any case is too hard for you, bring the people to me, and I will make the decision. After I gave these instructions to the judges, I taught you the Lord's commands. The Lord had commanded us to leave Mount Sinai and go to the hill country that belonged to the Amorites. So we started out into the huge desert. You remember how frightening it was? But soon we were at Kadesh Barnea, and I told you we have reached the hill country. It belongs to the Amorites now, but the Lord our God is giving it to us. He is the same God our ancestors worshipped, and he has told us to go in and take this land, so don't hesitate and be afraid. Then all of you came to me and said, before we go into the land, let's send some men to explore it. When they come back, they can tell us about the towns we will find and what roads we should take to get there. It seemed like a good idea, so I chose 12 men, one from each tribe. They explored the hill country as far as Bunch Valley, and even brought back some of the fruit. They said, the Lord our God is giving us good land. You did not want to go into the land, and you refused to obey the Lord your God. You stayed in your tents and grumbled. The Lord must hate us. He brought us out of Egypt just so he could hand us over to the Amorites and get rid of us. We are afraid because the men who explored the land told us that the cities are large, with walls that reach to the sky. The people who live there are taller and stronger than we are, and some of them are Anakim. We have nowhere to go. Then I said, don't worry. The Lord our God will lead the way. He will fight on our side, just as he did when we saw him do all those things to the Egyptians. And you know that the Lord has taken care of us the whole time we've been in the desert, just as you might carry one of your children. But you still would not trust the Lord, even though he had always been with us in the desert. During the daytime, the Lord was in the cloud, leading us in the right direction and showing us where to camp. And at night, he was there in the fire. You had made the Lord angry, and he said, you people of this generation are evil, and I refuse to let you go into the good land that I promised your ancestors. Caleb, son of Jephunneh, is the only one of your generation that I will allow to go in. He obeyed me completely, so I will give him and his descendants the land he explored. The Lord was even angry with me.
He's kind of
because
asking for the
you people,
impossible
and he
here.
said, Moses, I won't let you go into the land either. Instead, I will let Joshua, your assistant, lead Israel to conquer the land.
And Moses
So
is in a
encourage
pretty
him.
good position, right?
Then the
He's
Lord
like
spoke to
leading
you
this
again.
group.
People of Israel, you said that
He's the
your
head of
innocent
state right
young
now.
children
Of
would
course
be
he's going to
taken
want people
prisoner
to
in the
obey.
battle for the land. But someday, I will let them go into the land, and with my help, they will conquer it and live there. Now, turn around and go back into the desert by way of Red Sea Road. Then you told me, we disobeyed the Lord our God, but now we want to obey him. We will go into the hill country and fight, just as he told us to do. So you picked up your weapons, thinking it would be easy to take over the hill country. But the Lord said, Moses, warn them not to go into the hill country. I won't help them fight, and their enemies will defeat them. I told you what the Lord had said, but you paid no attention. You disobeyed him and went into the hill country anyway. You thought you were so great. But when the Amorites in the hill country attacked from their towns, you ran from them as you would run from a swarm of bees. The Amorites chased your troops into Seir, as far as Hormah, killing them as they went. Then you came back to the place of worship at Kadesh Barnea and wept. But the Lord would not listen to your prayers. After we had been in Kadesh for a few months, we obeyed the Lord and headed back into the desert by way of Red Sea Road.
Deuteronomy 2.
We spent many years wandering around outside the hill country of Seir, until the Lord said, Moses, Israel has wandered in these hills long enough.
See ya.
Turn and go north, and give the people these orders. Be very careful,
Where?
because you will soon go through the land that belongs to your relatives, the descendants of Esau. They are afraid of you, but don't start a war with them. I have given them the hill country of Seir, so I won't give any of it to you, not even enough to set a
What the
foot
fuck
on.
is Sia?
And as you go through their land, you will have to buy food and water from them. The Lord has helped us and taken care of us during the past 40 years that we have been in this huge desert. We've had everything we needed, and the Lord has blessed us and made us successful in whatever we have done. We went past the territory that belonged to our relatives, the descendants of Esau. We followed Arabah Road that starts in the south at Elath and Ezion-Geber. Then we turned onto the desert road that leads to Moab. The Lord told me, don't try to start a war with Moab. Leave them alone, because I gave the land of Ar to them, and I will not let you have any of it. Before the Lord gave the Moabites their land, a large and powerful tribe lived there. They were the Emim, and they were as tall as the Anakim. The Moabites call them Emim, though others sometimes use the name Rephaim for both the Anakim and the Emim. The Horites used to live in Seir, but the Edomites took over that region. They killed many of the Horites and forced the rest of them to leave, just as Israel did to the people in the land that the Lord gave them. When we came to the Zered Gorge along the southern border of Moab,
How many
the Lord
laws
told
is
us
this
to
dude
cross
gonna
the gorge
pass?
into Moab, and we did. This
Yes,
was
so many
38
fucking
years
laws.
after we left Kadesh Barnea. By that
Exodus
time,
was
all
about
the men who had
laws.
been in the army at Kadesh Barnea had died, just as the Lord had said they
Leviticus
would.
was about the
The
laws.
Lord kept getting rid of
Numbers
them
added
until
more
finally
laws.
none of them were left.
Deuteronomy is
Then the
about
Lord
more
told
laws.
me,
Like
Moses, now
he's
go
writing
past the town of Ar
a whole
and cross Moab's
constitution.
northern border into Ammon. But don't start a war with the Ammonites. I gave them their land, and I won't give any of it to Israel. Before the
This is
Ammonites
why it fell
conquered the
apart.
land
He
that the
wrote
Lord had
way
given
too
them,
much.
some of the Rephaim used to live there, although the Ammonites called them
Dude,
Zamzummim.
it's 4
The
books
Zamzummim
just
were a
in
large and
laws.
powerful tribe, and they were as tall
It's
as the Anakim.
nothing but laws.
But the Lord helped the Ammonites, and they killed many of the
How are they
Zamzummim and forced the
how are
rest
they
to
supposed to
leave.
follow
Then
4
the Ammonites
books?
settled there. The Lord helped them as
And
he had
just
helped the
laws and what they
Edomites
should
kill
do.
many of the Horites in Seir and forced the rest to leave before settling there themselves. A
This
group
is
called the
unsustainable.
Avim
This is
used to live in
bullshit.
villages as far as south as Gaza, but the Philistines killed them.
If
and
I
settled
was
on
in
their
Israel,
land.
I would revolt.
After we went through Ammon, the Lord told us, Israel, pack up your possessions, take down your tents, and cross the Arnon River Gorge.
Pack
The
up and
territory
get the
of the
fuck out,
Amorite
he
king
says.
Sihon of Heshbon lies on the other side of the river, but I now give you his land. So attack and take it. Today, I will start making all other nations afraid of you. They will tremble with fear when anyone mentions you, and they will be terrified when you show up. After we had crossed the Arnon and had set up camp in the Kedemoth desert, I sent messengers to King Sihon of Heshbon, telling him that his nation and ours could be at peace. I said, please let Israel go across your country. We will walk straight through without turning off the road. You can even sell us food and water, and we will pay with silver. We need to reach the Jordan River and cross it, because the Lord our God is giving us the land on the west side. The Edomites and Moabites have already let us cross their land. Please let us cross your land as well. But Sihon refused to let us go across his country, because the Lord made him stubborn and eager to fight us. The Lord told me, I am going to help you defeat Sihon and take his land, so attack him. We met Sihon and his army in battle at Jahaz, and the Lord our God helped us to defeat them. We killed Sihon, his sons, and everyone else in his army. Then we captured and destroyed every town in Sihon's kingdom, killing everyone, but keeping the livestock and everything else of value. The Lord helped us capture every town from the Arnon River Gorge north to the boundary of Gilead, including the town of Aroah on the edge of the gorge and the town in the middle of the gorge. However, we stayed away from all the Ammonite towns, both in the hill country and near the Jabbok River, just as the Lord had commanded.
Deuteronomy 3.
When we turned onto the road that leads to Bashan, King Og of Bashan led out his whole army to fight us at Edrei. But the Lord told me, Moses, don't be afraid of King Og. I am going to help you defeat him and his army and take over his land. Destroy him and his people, just as you did with the Amorite king Sihon of Heshbon. The Lord our God helped us destroy Og and his army and conquer his entire kingdom of Bashan, including the Argob region. His kingdom had lots of villages and 60 towns with high walls and gates that locked with bars. We completely destroyed them all, killing everyone, but keeping the livestock and everything else of value. Sihon and Og had ruled Amorite kingdoms east of the Jordan River. Their land stretched from the Arnon River Gorge in the south to Mount Hermon in the north, and we captured it all. Mount Hermon is called Mount Sirion by the people of Sidon, and it is called Mount Sinir by the Amorites. We captured all the towns in the highlands, all of Gilead, and all of Bashan as far as Salakah and Edrei, 2 of the towns that Og had ruled. King Og was the last of the Rephaim, and his coffin is in the town of Rabbah in Ammon. It is made of hard black rock. and is 13.5 feet long and 6 feet wide. I gave some of the land and towns we captured
Genesis
to the
was a
tribes
good
of Reuben
book.
and Gad.
Everything
Then
else
Joshua
after that
scattered
is
at
just
Arnon
bullshit.
River
It's
Gorge
just
in the
Moses
south,
bullshitting his way
took in
through.
the town of Aroer at the edge of the gorge, and went far
I
enough
hate
north
this
to
guy,
include the
Moses.
southern half of the Gilead region.
It
The northern
was a
part of
good
their
book.
land went as far
Genesis
east
was
as the upper
entertaining.
Jabbok River Gorge, which formed their border with the Amorites.
And then
I
Moses
also
comes
gave
in
them the
and
eastern
does this
side of the
shit.
Jordan River Valley, from Lake
Just
Galilee
nothing but
south
walls.
to the Dead Sea, below the slopes of Mount Pisgah. I gave the northern half of Gilead and all the Bashan region to half the tribe of Manasseh. Bashan had belonged to King Og, and the Argob region in Bashan used to be called the land of the Rephaim. Jair from Manasseh tribe conquered the Argob region as far west as the kingdoms of Gesher and Maacah. The
He's saying,
Israelites even
respect
started
me
calling
because
Bashan
God
by
is
the
with
name
me.
Villages
That's
of
all
Jair,
he's saying.
and that is still its name. I gave the northern half of Gilead to the Maacah clan. At that time, I told the men of Reuben, Gad, and East Manasseh, "The Lord our God told me to give you this land with its towns, and that's what I've done. Now your wives and children can stay here with your large flocks of sheep and goats and your large herds of cattle. But all of you men that can serve in our army must cross the Jordan River and help the other tribes, because they are your relatives. The Lord will let them defeat the enemy nations on the west side of the Jordan and take their land. Afterwards, you can come back here to the land I gave you." Then I told Joshua, "You saw how the Lord our God helped us destroy King Sihon and King Og, so don't be afraid. Wherever you go, the Lord will fight on your side and help you destroy your enemies." At that time, I prayed and begged, "Our Lord, it seems that you have just begun to show me your great power. No other God in the sky or on earth is able to do the mighty things that you do. The land west of the Jordan is such good land. Please let me cross the Jordan and see the hills and the Lebanon mountains." But the Lord was angry with me because of you people, and he refused to listen. "That's enough," he said. "I don't want to hear any more. Climb to the top of Mount Pisgah and look north, south, east, and west. Take a good look, but you are not going to cross the Jordan River. Joshua will lead Israel across the Jordan to take the land, so help him be strong and brave, and tell him what he must do." After this, we stayed in the valley at Beth Peor.
Deuteronomy 4.
Israel, listen to these laws and teachings. If you obey them, you will live, and you will go in and take the land that the Lord is giving you. He is the God your ancestors worshipped, and now he is your God. I am telling you everything he has commanded, so don't add anything or take anything away. You saw how he killed everyone who worshipped the god Baal Peor, but all of you that were faithful to the Lord your God are still alive today. No other nation has laws that are as fair as the ones the Lord my God told me to give you.
Wait a minute. How many books did Roman... How many words of laws did Roman Republic have? The 12 tables, about 1,000 to 1,500. What about near the end of the Republic? So by the end of the Roman Republic, you're gonna give me a number? Could reasonably amount to hundreds of thousands of words, not counting unwritten customs or oral traditions. So hundreds of thousands. And how many words are in... How many words are in the books? How many words of laws are in the Torah? Just count it. Approximately 80,000 words. Altogether, legal proportions likely constitute about 25 to 30% of Torah's total word count. Approximately 20,000 to 25,000. So you're getting there. Total legal text, 20 to 25K. They're getting up to that Roman Republic level. This is a whole ass country.
If you faithfully obey them when you enter the land, you will show other nations how wise you are. In fact, everyone that hears about your laws will say, that great nation
This is a
certainly
whole
wise.
ass country.
And what makes us greater than other nations?
Right.
We have a God who
You
is
don't have a
close to
lot of
us
people,
and answers our
but
prayers.
you have a fucking constitution
You must be very
with a
careful
lot
not
of
to
words.
forget the
I
things
just
you have seen
listened
God
to
do
this
for you.
guy
Keep
give me a
reminding yourselves,
constitution.
and tell your children and grandchildren as well. Do you remember the day you stood in the Lord's presence at Mount Sinai? The Lord said, Moses, bring the people of Israel here. I want to speak to them so they will obey me as long as they live, and so they will teach their children to obey me too. Mount Sinai was surrounded by deep, dark clouds, and fire went up to the sky. You came to the foot of the mountain, and the Lord spoke to you from the fire. You could hear him and understand what he was saying, but you couldn't see him. The Lord
By
said
the
he
way,
was making an agreement
this is
with you,
before the Roman
and he
Empire,
told you
the
that
Roman
your part of
Republic.
the agreement is to obey the 10 Commandments.
It's like hundreds of years
Then
before
the
the
Lord
Roman
wrote these
Republic.
commandments on 2 flat stones.
So this is unheard of.
That's when the Lord commanded me to give you the laws and...
Wait, Egypt, how many words were in the laws of ancient Egypt? Because this is where it came from. He learned how to run a country from ancient Egypt. The Code Tables of Rome, instead it had a law, was practiced case-based, recorded in decrees, contract, court cases. They did not have... Okay, how many... How many words are in the Hammurabi Code? They don't know, right? Okay, so 500 to 2,000. If we consider all known surviving legal texts and decrees, a reasonable estimate would be about 20,000 to 50,000 words in total. So I just read something that surpassed the constitution of ancient Egypt. Hammurabi Code was 1,200 to 15,000. So far, this is the longest constitution in history so far.
teachings you must obey.
You
in the
just
land
read
you will
that shit
conquer,
to me.
west of the Jordan River. When God spoke to you from the
You
fire,
just read me the
he was
fucking
invisible.
constitution of your
So
country.
be careful not to commit the sin of worshipping idols. Don't
And you're
make
still
idols
reading
to
it
be
to me.
worshipped,
Is he
whether
not
they are shaped
done?
like men, women, animals, birds, reptiles, or fish. And when you see the
You
sun
shall do
or
this,
moon
you
or
shall do
stars,
that.
don't be tempted to bow down and worship them. The
It
Lord put them
doesn't
there
end.
for all the
Yo,
other
Moses,
nations to worship.
shut up.
But you are the Lord's people, because he led you through fiery trials and rescued you from Egypt. The Lord was angry at me because of what you said, and he told me that he would not let me cross the Jordan River into the good land that he is giving you.
No, the Lord is
So
angry
I
at you
must
because you
stay
talk
here
too
and
much.
die on this side of the Jordan. But you
Just
will
get to
cross
the
the
important
river
parts.
and take the land. Always remember the agreement that the Lord your God made with you, and don't make an idol in any shape or form. The Lord will be angry if you worship other gods, and he can be like a fire destroying
It's
everything
the
in its path.
Constitution of Israel.
Soon you will cross the Jordan River and settle down in the land. Then in the years to come, you will have children, and they will give you grandchildren. After many years, you might lose your sense of right and wrong and make idols, even though the Lord your God hates them. So I am giving you fair warning today, and I call the earth and the sky as witnesses. If you ever make idols, the Lord will be angry, and you won't have long to live, because the Lord will let you be wiped out. Only a few of you will survive, and the Lord will force you to leave the land and will scatter you among the nations. There you will have to worship gods made of wood and stone, and these are nothing but idols that can't see or hear or eat or smell. In all of your troubles, you may finally decide that you want to worship only the Lord. And if you turn back to him and obey him completely, he will again be your God.
He's making sure
The
there's no
Lord your
traitors.
God will have mercy. He won't destroy you or desert you. The Lord will remember his promise, and he will keep the agreement he made with your ancestors. When the Lord your God brought you out of Egypt, you saw how he fought for you and showed his great power by performing terrifying miracles. You became his people, and at Mount Sinai you heard him talking to you out of fiery flames, and yet you are still alive.
He's trying
Has anything
to
like this
fear
ever
people
happened
into
since
not
the
being
time God
spies
created humans?
or
No
traitors.
matter where you go or who you ask, you will get the same answer. No one has ever heard of another God even trying to do such things as the Lord your God has done for you.
That's like Putin
The
saying,
Lord
or
wants you to
Kim
know
Jong Un saying,
he
if you
is
try
the
to leave
only
the
true
country
God,
or
and he
try
wants
to
you to
bring in
obey him.
spies to destroy this
That's why he
country,
let you see his
I'm
mighty
gonna
miracles
axe
and
your
his
head,
fierce fire on
and
earth,
then
and
for
why you heard his
generations of your
voice from that
family.
fire and from the sky. The Lord
That's
loved
the
your
same
ancestors
thing. He's trying
and
to
decided
rule
that
like a
you would be
dictator.
his people. So the Lord used his great power to bring you out of Egypt. Now you face other nations more powerful than you are, but the Lord has already started forcing them out of their land and giving it to you. So remember that the Lord is the only true God, whether in the sky above or on the earth below.
To fear the
Today
Lord.
I am explaining his laws and teachings, and if you always obey them, you and your descendants will live long and be
It's a
successful
whole ass
in the land the
constitution
Lord
that he
is
just
giving.
read to people.
Moses said,
People of Israel, you must set aside the following 3 towns east of the Jordan River as safe towns: Bezer in the desert highlands, belonging to the Reuben tribe; Ramoth in Gilead, belonging to the Gad tribe; and Golan in Bashan, belonging to the Manasseh tribe. If you kill a neighbor without meaning to, and if you had not been angry with that
Here
person,
we go
you can
again.
run to one of these towns and find safety.
the Israelites had come from Egypt and were camped east of the Jordan River near Beth
He's
Peor when
reiterating.
Moses gave these laws and teachings. The land around their camp had once belonged to King Sihon of Heshbon, but Moses and the Israelites defeated him and King Og of Bashan and took their lands. These 2 Amorite kings had ruled the territory east of the Jordan River, from the town of Aroer on the edge of the Arnon River Gorge north to Mount Hermon. Their land included the eastern side of the Jordan River Valley, as far south as the Dead Sea, below the slopes of Mount Pisgah. Deuteronomy 5. Moses called together the people of Israel and said,
Today, I am telling you the laws and teachings that you must follow, so listen carefully. The Lord our God made an agreement with our nation at Mount Sinai. That agreement wasn't only with our ancestors, but with us
There
who are
was
here
no
today.
agreement.
The
You're
Lord
writing the
himself
law.
spoke to you out of the fire, but you were afraid of the fire and refused to go up the mountain. So I spoke with the Lord for you. Then I told you that he had said,
I did that
am
shit
the Lord
for you.
your God, the one who brought you out
Look
of
what he
Egypt where
said.
you were slaves. Do not worship any god except me. Do not make idols that look like anything in the sky or on earth or in the ocean under the earth.
Look what God told me to
Don't
tell
bow
you.
down and worship idols.
God told
I
me
am
to
the
tell
Lord your
you
God,
to give me all
and
your
I demand
sacrifices.
all your love. If you reject me and worship
Yeah,
idols,
I'd be skeptical.
I will punish
I
your
would
families
I
for
would
3
have
or
doubts.
4 generations. But if you love me and obey my laws, I will be kind to your families for thousands of generations. Do not misuse my name. I am the Lord your God, and I will punish anyone who misuses my name. Show respect for the Sabbath day. It belongs to me. You have 6 days when
This
you can do your
feels like a
work.
different God
But
than the
seventh
God
day
that
of the week
Abraham had,
belongs to
doesn't
me,
it?
your God. No one is to work on that day, not you, your children, your oxen, or donkeys, or any other animal.
It
Not
feels
even
like a
those
different
foreigners who
God.
live in your towns. And don't make your
Like, why does
slaves
this
do
God
any
have
work.
so many
This
demands?
special day of rest will remind you that I reached out my mighty arm
Like, it was
and
supposed to
rescued
be
you from
that
slavery in
God just
Egypt.
looked over you, right?
Respect your
And
father
you
and
prayed
mother,
enough, and then
and
you
you will
did
live
this.
a
You
long and
didn't have to
successful
do
life in the
anything.
land I am giving
He
you.
just looked over you.
Do not murder. Be faithful in marriage. Do not steal.
I feel
not
like
tell
Moses is
lies about
bullshitting
others.
people.
Do
Like,
not
he doesn't
want
hear
anything
God.
that
He's just
belongs
trying to
someone
write the
else.
Constitution.
Don't want anyone's wife
But he can't
or
say,
husband,
"Oh, I'm your
house,
king.
land,
Look how
slaves,
great I
oxen,
am."
donkeys,
Like,
or
you know how
anything
Kim Jong,
else.
yeah, it was like Kim Jong Un.
When we were gathered on the mountain, The Lord spoke to us in a loud
Except
voice
that,
from the dark fiery cloud.
like, you know how he was,
Lord gave
he
us these
claims he was born
commands,
under a
and
double
only
rainbow and could
these.
drive at one.
Then he wrote them
And
on
Moses
two flat
says,
stones
oh, this
and
is
gave
my
them to
God.
me.
God is telling me to do all of
Moses
this
said
shit.
to Israel,
When fire blazed from the mountain, and you heard the voice coming from the darkness, your tribal leaders came to me and said,
Today the Lord our God has shown us how powerful and glorious he is. He spoke to us from the fire, and we learned that people can live even though God speaks to them. But we don't want to take a chance on being killed by that terrible fire, and if we keep on hearing the Lord's voice, we will die. Has anyone else ever heard the only true God speaking from fire as we have? And even if they have, would they live to tell about it? Moses, go up close and listen to the Lord. Then come back and tell us, and we will do everything he says.
The Lord heard you and said, Moses, I heard what the people said to you, and I approve. I wish they would always worship me with fear and trembling, and be this willing to obey me. Then they and their children would always enjoy a successful life. Now tell them to return to their tents, but you come back here to me. After I tell you my laws and teachings, you will repeat them to the people, so they can obey these laws in the land I am giving them. Israel, you must carefully obey the Lord's commands. Follow them because they make a path that will lead to a long, successful life in the land the Lord your God is giving you.
What was the promise? What was the promise God made to Abraham for sacrificing his kid? Land. God promised to give Abraham and his descendants the land of Canaan as an everlasting possession. They still have it, I guess. Descendants. God promised Abraham that it would be the father of a great nation with descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and the sand and the seashore. They have about 5 million right now. It's been thousands of years. Abraham's descendants would be blessed, and they would become a blessing to others. God also promised those who would bless Abraham and curse him, those who curse him. Covenant relationship, circumcision was instituted as a sign of this covenant. It's like a piercing. Fulfillment through Isaac and spiritual legacy. Everlasting covenant with Abraham and the descendants, signifying relationship between God and his people. Okay.
Deuteronomy
Chop off your
6.
dick, and you will be mine.
The Lord told me to give you these laws and teachings, so you can obey them in the land he is giving you. Soon you will cross the Jordan River and take that land. And if you and your descendants want to live a long time, you must always worship the Lord and obey his laws. Pay attention, Israel. Our ancestors worshiped the Lord, and he promised to give us this land that is rich with milk and honey. Be careful to obey him, and you will become a successful and powerful nation. Listen, Israel. The Lord our God is the only true God. So love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and strength. Memorize his laws and tell them to your children over and over again. Talk about them all the time, whether you're at home or walking along the road or going to bed at night or getting up in the morning. Write down copies and tie them to your wrists and foreheads to help you obey them. Write these laws on the door frames of your homes and on your town gates. The Lord promised your ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that he would give you this land. Now he will take you there and give you large towns with good buildings that you didn't build, and houses full of good things that you didn't put there. The Lord will give you wells that you didn't have to dig, and vineyards and olive orchards that you didn't have to plant. But when you have eaten so much that
other
you can't
people
eat
made.
anymore, don't forget it was the Lord who set you free from slavery and brought you
Oh,
out
he's
of
mentioning
Egypt.
it again.
Worship and
I'm
obey
the one who
Lord
did
your
this
God
shit.
with fear and trembling.
God is very
and
proud that he got
promise
the better.
that you will be
He
loyal
keeps
to him.
mentioning it.
Don't have anything to do with gods that are worshipped by the nations around you. If you worship other gods, the Lord will be furious and wipe you off the face of the earth. The Lord your God is with you, so don't try to make him prove that he can help you, as you did at Massah. Always obey the laws that the Lord has given you, and live in a way that pleases him. Then you will be able to go in and take this good land from your enemies, just as he promised your ancestors. Someday your children will ask, why did the Lord give us these laws and teachings? Then you will answer,
We were slaves of the king of Egypt, but the Lord used his great power and set us free. We saw him perform miracles and make horrible things happen to the king, his officials, and everyone else. The Lord rescued us from Egypt so he could bring us into this land, as he had promised our ancestors. That's why the Lord our God demands that we obey his laws and worship him with fear and trembling. And if we do,
I think
he will
Joshua did
protect
that.
us and help us be
He
successful.
was the military leader, right?
Deuteronomy 7.
people of Israel, The Lord your God will help you take the land of the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. These 7 nations have more people and are stronger than
God
Israel.
damn, bro.
But
Look at
when
his
you attack them,
ambitions.
the Lord will force them out of the land. Then you must destroy them without mercy. Don't make any peace treaties with them, and don't let your sons and daughters marry any of them. If you do, those people will lead your descendants to worship other gods and to turn their backs on the Lord. That will make him very angry, and he will quickly destroy Israel.
So this
So
is
when
a
you
few
conquer these
years
nations,
or a few decades
tear down
after
the
they left
altars where they
Egypt,
worship
right?
their gods. Break up their sacred stones. Cut down the poles that they use in worshipping the goddess Asherah, and throw their idols in the fire. Israel, you are the chosen people of the Lord your God.
Bro, you got out of
There are many nations on this earth,
out of
but he
Egypt in
chose only
Exodus.
Israel to be his very own. You were the weakest of all nations.
He's been
But
talking
the
about
Lord
this shit
chose
for
you
1, 2,
because
3.
he loves you, and because he
4
had made
books.
a promise to your ancestors.
He doesn't
Then
stop
with his
mentioning
mighty
it.
arm, he rescued you from the king of Egypt, who had made you his slaves.
He
You know
keeps
that the Lord your
mentioning
God is
this,
the only true God.
that he got them out of
So love
Egypt. That
him
was
and
4
obey his
books ago.
commands, and he will faithfully keep his agreement with you and your descendants for 1,000 generations. But if you turn against the Lord, he will quickly destroy
Remember, I freed you,
you. So be sure to obey his laws and teachings I am giving
so
you
you're
today.
my slave now.
If you completely obey these laws, the Lord your God will be loyal and keep the agreement he made with you, just as he promised our ancestors. The Lord will love you and bless you by giving you many children and plenty of food, wine, and olive oil. Your herds of cattle will have many calves, and your flocks of sheep will have many lambs. God will bless you more than any other nation. Your families will grow, and your livestock increase. You will no longer suffer with the same horrible diseases that you sometimes had in Egypt. You will be healthy, but the Lord will make your enemies suffer from those diseases. When the Lord helps you defeat your enemies, you must destroy them without pity, and don't get trapped into worshipping their gods. You may be thinking, how can we destroy these nations? They are more powerful than we are. But stop worrying. Just remember what the Lord your God did to Egypt and its king. You saw how the Lord used his tremendous power to work great miracles and bring you out of Egypt. And he will again work miracles for you when you face these enemies you fear so much. Some of them may try to survive by hiding from you, but the Lord will make them panic, and soon they will be dead. So don't be frightened when you meet them in battle. The Lord your God is great and fearsome, and he will fight at your side. As you attack these nations, the Lord will force them out little by little. He won't let you get rid of them all at once. If he did, there wouldn't be enough people living in the land to keep down the number of wild animals. But when you attack your enemies, the Lord will make them panic, and you will easily destroy them. You will defeat them one after another until they are gone, and no one will remember they ever lived. After you conquer a nation, burn their idols. Don't get trapped into wanting the silver or gold on an idol. Even the metal on an idol is
He's trying to
disgusting
turn
the
them into
Lord,
an
so
empire.
destroy it. If you bring it home with you, both you and your house will be destroyed. Stay away from those disgusting idols.
Disgusting idols.
Deuteronomy 8.
Israel, do you want to go into the land the Lord promised your ancestors? Do you want to capture it, live there, and become a powerful nation?
Basically, he
Then be
wants to
sure
expand the
obey every
territory.
command I am giving you. Don't forget how the Lord your God has led you through the desert for the past 40 years. He wanted to find out if you were truly willing to obey him and depend on him. So he made you go hungry. Then he gave you manna, a kind of food that you and your ancestors had never even heard about. The Lord was teaching you that people need more than food to live. They need every word that the Lord has spoken. Over the past 40 years, your clothing hasn't worn out and your feet haven't swollen. So keep in mind that the Lord has been correcting you, just as
It's
parents
been
correct
40
their
years,
children.
bro.
Obey the commands the Lord your God has given you and worship him with fear and trembling. The Lord your God is bringing you into a good land with streams that flow from springs in the valleys and hills. You can dig for copper in those hills, and the stones are made of iron ore. And you won't go hungry. Wheat and barley fields are everywhere, and so are vineyards and orchards full of fig, pomegranate, and olive trees, and there is plenty of honey. After you eat and are full, give praise to the Lord your God for the good land he gave you. Make sure that you never forget the Lord or disobey his laws and teachings that I am giving you today. If you always obey them, you will have plenty to eat, and you will build good houses to live in. You will get more and more cattle, sheep, silver, gold, and other possessions. But when all this happens, don't be proud. Don't forget that you were once slaves in Egypt.
Oh, there he goes
that it
again.
was
He
the Lord
keeps
who set you
mentioning
free.
this shit.
Remember how he led you in that
Why
huge
is that
and
part so
frightening desert
important?
where poisonous snakes and scorpions live. There was no water, but the Lord split open a rock, and water poured out so you could drink. He also gave you manna, a kind of food your ancestors had never even heard about. The Lord was testing you to make you trust him, so that later on he could be good to you. When you become successful, don't say, I'm rich, and I've earned it all myself. Instead, remember that the Lord your God gives you the strength
It's just
to make
like
a
saying,
living.
I created this
That's how he
great
keeps the
company
prom-
in America. It's $1 billion in net worth. But I didn't do this. The government did it. The government helped me become rich, so I owe the government a lot of taxes. That's what it's
Promise he
saying.
made to your ancestors. But I'm warning you, if you forget the Lord your God and worship other gods, the Lord will destroy you, just as he destroyed the nations you fought.
Deuteronomy 9.
Israel, listen to me. You will soon cross the Jordan River and go into the land to force out the nations that live there. They are more powerful than you are, and the walls around their cities reach to the sky. Some of these nations are descendants of the Anakim. You know how tall and strong they are, and you've heard that no one can defeat them in battle. For the Lord your God has promised to go ahead of you, like a raging fire burning everything in its path. So when you attack your enemies, it will be easy for you to destroy them and take their land. After the Lord helps you wipe out these nations and conquer their land, don't think he did it because you are such good people. You aren't good. You are stubborn. No, the Lord is going to help you because the nations that live there are evil, and because he wants to keep the promise he made to your ancestors Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Don't ever forget how you kept rebelling and making the Lord angry the whole time you were in the desert. You rebelled from the day you left Egypt until the day you arrived here. At Mount Sinai, you made the Lord so angry that he was going to destroy you. It happened during those 40 days and nights that I was on the mountain, without anything to eat or drink. He had told me to come up there, so he could give me
I
the
don't like
agreement
this
he
God.
made with us. And this agreement was actually the same 10 commandments he had announced to you when he spoke from the fire on the mountain. The Lord had written them on 2 flat stones with his own hand. But after giving me the 2 stones, he said, Moses, hurry down the mountain to those people you led out of Egypt. They have already disobeyed me and committed the terrible sin of making an idol. I've been watching the Israelites, and I've seen how stubborn and rebellious they are. So don't try to stop me. I am going to wipe them out, and no one on earth will remember they ever lived. Then I will let your descendants become an even bigger and more powerful nation than Israel. Fire was raging on the mountaintop as I went back down, carrying the 2 stones. with the
Just in
commandments on
case
them.
this country
I
does
saw how
fuck up,
quickly you had sinned
I'm
and
gonna
disobeyed the
be
Lord
like,
your God.
I was
There you
prepared
were,
for this. I
worshipping
knew
a
you were
metal
gonna do
idol
that.
you had made in the shape of a calf. So I threw down the 2 stones and smashed them before your very eyes. I bowed down at the place of worship and prayed to the Lord without eating or drinking for 40 days and nights. You had committed a terrible sin by making that idol, and the Lord hated what you had done. He was angry enough to destroy all of you, and Aaron as well. So I prayed for you and Aaron as I had done before, and this time the Lord answered my prayers. It was a sin for you to make that idol, so I threw it into the fire to melt it down. Then I took the lump of gold, ground it into powder, and threw the powder into the stream flowing down the mountain. You also made the Lord angry when you were staying at Taberah, at Massa, and at Kibroth Hattaavah. Then at Kadesh Barnea, the Lord said, I am giving you the land, so go ahead
He's
and take it.
guilt tripping them.
But since you didn't trust the Lord,
It's a bunch of
you
guilt
rebelled
trips
and disobeyed
over
his
and
command.
over. It's like,
In
hey,
fact,
you're guilty,
you've
you're
rebelled
super
against the
guilty,
Lord for as
and I
long as he
freed
has
you,
known
I
you.
forgave you. Like, he's guilt
After you had
tripping
made
them.
the idol in the shape of a calf, the Lord said he was going to destroy you. So I bowed down in front of the sacred tent for 40 days and nights, and I prayed,
did this for you,
"Our
and you
Lord,
betrayed me
please don't
over and
wipe out your
over.
people. You used your great power
You're
to rescue them
guilty,
from
and I
Egypt
forgave
and to
you.
make them
You
your very
owe me a
own.
bunch of stuff.
Israel's
You owe me
ancestors,
loyalty.
Abraham,
I
Isaac, and
freed you.
Jacob obeyed you faithfully.
You are
Think about
evil,
them,
but that's
and
okay
not
with
about
me,
Israel's
because I am
stubbornness,
good.
evil, and sin. If you destroy your people, the Egyptians will say, the Lord promised to give Israel land, but he wasn't powerful enough to keep his promise. In fact, he hated them so much that he took them into the desert and killed them. But you, our Lord, chose the people of Israel to be your own, and with your mighty power you rescued them from Egypt.
Deuteronomy 10.
The Lord told me to chisel out 2 flat stones, just like the ones he had given me earlier. He also commanded me to make a wooden chest, then come up the mountain and meet with him. He told me that he would write the same words on the new stones that he had written on the old ones I broke, and that I could put these stones in the sacred chest. So I made a chest out of acacia wood, and I chiseled 2 flat stones like the ones I broke. Then I carried the stones up the mountain, where the Lord wrote the 10 Commandments on them, just
The
as he had done
Lord.
the first
That's
time.
Moses.
The
Moses wrote
commandments
it.
were exactly what he had announced from the fire when you were gathered at the mountain. After the Lord returned the stones to me, I took them down the mountainside and put them in the chest, just as he had commanded, and they are still there. Later, we set up camp at the wells belonging to the descendants of
Yeah,
Jacob.
Moses almost rage
Then
quit,
we moved
right?
on and camped at
Like he
Mosiah,
came down and
where
said a
Aaron
golden
died
cow.
and was buried, and his son Eleazar became the priest. Next, we camped
He almost
at
rage
Gudgodah,
quit after that.
and then at Jotbatha, where
He was
there
like,
are
I can't do
flowing
this
streams.
shit. I'm gonna break this fucking
After
tablet.
I put the 2 stones in the sacred
And he was
chest,
like, no, no.
the Lord chose the tribe of Levi, not only to carry the chest,
He
but
chose
also
the
to
tribe.
serve as his
Oh.
priests at the place of worship, and to bless the other tribes in his name.
That's
And they still do these
conveniently Moses' tribe.
The Lord promised that he would always provide for the tribe of Levi, and that's why he won't give them any land when he divides it among the other tribes. When I had taken the second set of stones up the mountain, I spent 40 days and nights there, just as I had done before. Once again, the Lord answered my prayer and did not destroy you. Instead, he told me, Moses, get ready to lead the people into the land that I promised their ancestors. People of Israel, what does the Lord your God want from you? The Lord wants you to respect
Just obey
and
the
follow
laws,
him,
right?
to love and serve him with all your heart and soul, and to obey his laws and teachings that I am giving you today. Do this, and all will go well for you.
So basically, it's a
Everything
succession
belongs
plan.
to the Lord your God, not only
It's
the
like
earth
whoever
and
is a
everything on it,
king,
but
the
also
Lord
the
is
sky
with
and
them.
the highest heavens.
So you have to respect the
Yet the
king
Lord
or
loved
the
your
Lord or the
ancestors
priest.
and wanted them to belong to him. So he chose them and their descendants rather than any other nation. And today, you are still his people. Remember your agreement with the Lord and stop being so stubborn. The Lord your God is more powerful than all other gods and lords, and his tremendous power is to be feared. His decisions are always fair, and
Oh,
you
they're
cannot bribe him
always
to
fair?
change his mind. The Lord defends the rights of orphans and widows. He cares for foreigners and gives them food and clothing. And you should also care for them, because you were foreigners in Egypt. Respect the Lord your God, serve only him, and make promises in his name alone. Offer your praises to him, because you have seen him work such terrifying miracles for you. When your ancestors went to live in Egypt, there were only 70 of them. But the Lord has blessed you, and now there are more of you than there are stars in the sky.
Deuteronomy 11.
The Lord is your God, so you must always love him and obey his laws and teachings. Remember, he corrected you and not your children. You are the ones who saw the Lord use his great power when he worked miracles in Egypt, making terrible things happen to the king and all his people. And when
Remember
the
what
Egyptian
happened
army
in
chased
Egypt?
you in their chariots, you
Keep
saw the Lord
remembering
drown
it.
them and their horses in the Red Sea. Egypt still suffers from that defeat. You saw what the Lord did for you while you were in the desert, right up to the time you arrived here. And you saw how the Lord made the ground open up in the middle of our camp, underneath the tents of Dathan and Abiram, who were swallowed up along with their families, their animals, and their tents. With your own eyes you saw the Lord's mighty power do all these things. Soon you will cross the Jordan River, and if you obey the laws and teachings I'm giving you today, you will be strong enough to conquer the land that the Lord promised your ancestors and their descendants. It's rich with milk and honey, and you will live there and enjoy it for a long time. It's better land than you had in Egypt, where you had to struggle just to water your crops. But the hills and valleys in the promised land are watered by rain from heaven, because the Lord your God keeps his eye on this land and takes care of it all year long. The Lord your God commands you to love him and to serve him with all your heart and soul. If you obey him, he will send rain at the right seasons, so you will have more than enough food, wine, and olive oil, and there will be plenty of grass for your cattle. But watch out. You will be tempted to turn your backs on the Lord, and if you worship other gods, the Lord will become angry and keep the rain from falling. Nothing will grow in your fields, and you will die and disappear from the good land that the Lord is giving you. Memorize these laws and think about them. Write down copies and tie them to your wrists and your foreheads to help you obey them. Teach them to your children. Talk about them all the time, whether you're at home or walking along the road or going to bed at night or getting up in the morning. Write them on the door frames of your homes and on your town gates. Then you and your descendants will live a long time in the land that the Lord promised your ancestors. Your families will live there as long as the sky is above the earth. Love the Lord your God and obey all the laws and teachings that I'm giving you today. If you live the way the Lord wants, he will help you take the land. And even though the nations there are more powerful than you, The Lord will force them to leave when you
You
attack.
already said
You will
this shit.
capture the land
Why do you keep
everywhere you go,
rewriting
from
this
the
part?
southern desert to the Lebanon mountains, and from the Euphrates
swear to
River
God, I
west
heard this
to the
part.
Mediterranean Sea.
I
No
heard
one
it
will
at
be able to
least 10
stand up to you.
times.
The Lord will make everyone terrified of you, just as he promised. You have a choice. Do you want the Lord to bless you, or do you want him to put a curse on you? Today I am giving you his laws, and if you obey him, he will bless you.
Moses,
But if you
please.
disobey
You're
him and
rewriting
worship
shit
those
over
gods
and
that have
over.
never done anything for you, the Lord will put a curse on you. After the Lord your God helps you take the land, you must have a ceremony where you announce his blessings from Mount Gerizim and his curses from Mount Ebal. You know that these two mountains are west of the Jordan River, in land now controlled by the Canaanites living in the Jordan River Valley. The mountains are west of the road near the sacred trees of Moreh, on the other side of Gilgal. Soon you will cross the Jordan River to conquer the land that the Lord your God is giving you. And when you have settled there, be careful to obey his laws and teachings that I am giving you today.
Deuteronomy 12.
Now I'll tell you the laws and teachings that you have to obey as long as you live. Your ancestors worship the
You
Lord,
already told us the
and he is
laws.
giving you this
It's
land.
the past 4
But the
fucking
nations
books.
that live there worship other gods. So after you capture the land, you must completely destroy their places of worship on mountains and hills or in the shade of large trees. Wherever
this
these
the right
nations
book?
worship
It's
their gods,
Deuteronomy.
you must tear down their altars, break their sacred stones,
Yeah,
burn the
we
sacred
heard this
poles
part.
used in worshiping the goddess Asherah, and smash their idols to pieces. Destroy these places of worship so completely that no one will remember they were ever there. Don't worship the Lord your God in the way those nations worship their gods. Soon you will cross the Jordan, and the Lord will help you conquer your enemies and let you live in peace there in the land he has given you. But after you are settled, life will be different. You must not offer sacrifices just anywhere you
This
want to.
might be why people hate the
Instead,
Jews.
the Lord will choose a place
Because they
somewhere
have
in Israel
ambition.
where you
They
must go to
have in their
worship him.
constitution, their
All of your
Bible,
sacrifices
that
and
you have
offerings
to
must be
get rid
taken
of
there,
all other gods.
including sacrifices to please the Lord, and any gift you promise or voluntarily give him. That's where you must also take 1/10 of your
This is
grain,
the most
wine, and olive
tyrannical
oil, as well as
religion.
the firstborn of your cattle, sheep, and goats. You and your family and servants will eat your gifts and sacrifices and celebrate there at the place of worship, because the Lord your God has made you successful in everything you have done.
This is why. Middle East. This is why other countries don't like Israel that much. They're tyrannical. Palestinians, more with the Israels or more with Palestinians? Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Anyways. Middle East, Israel. Arab perspective in the Middle East. Yeah, Judaism is a pretty tyrannical religion. They're saying, I'm the only God. You must go out there and destroy all other gods, and we're gonna conquer those lands.
Done.
It's a
And
tyrannical
since
religion.
Levites will not have any land of their own, you must ask some of them to come along and celebrate with you. Sometimes you may want to kill an animal for food and not as a sacrifice. If the Lord has blessed you and given you enough cows or sheep or goats, then you can butcher one of them where you live. You can eat it just like the meat from a deer or gazelle that you kill when you go hunting. And even those people who are unclean and unfit for worship can have some of the meat. But you must not eat the blood of any animal. Let the blood drain out on the ground. The Lord has promised that later on he will give Israel more land, and some of you may not be able to travel all the way from your homes to the place of worship each time you are hungry for meat, but the Lord will give you cattle, sheep, and goats, and you can butcher any of those animals at home and eat as much as you want. It is the same as eating the meat from a deer or a gazelle that you kill when you go hunting. And in this way, anyone who is unclean and unfit for worship can have some of the meat. But don't eat the blood. It is the life of the animal, so let it drain out on the ground before you eat the meat. Do you want the Lord to make you successful? Do you want your children to be successful even after you are gone? Then do what pleases the Lord and don't eat blood. All sacrifices
This
and
is
offerings
filthy.
to the Lord must be taken to the
Bacteria.
place where he chooses to be worshipped. If you offer a sacrifice to please the Lord, All of its meat must be burned on the altar. You can eat the meat from certain kinds of sacrifices, but you must always pour out the animal's blood on the altar. If you obey these laws, you will be doing what the Lord your God says is right and good. Then he will help you and your descendants be successful. Israel, as you go into the land and attack the nations that are there, the Lord will get rid of
He's
them.
telling
and
Israel to go out and attack other nations. Like, of course, if this is your religion, people are going to dislike you.
you can have their land.
This is pretty much their constitution.
That's when you must be especially careful not to ask, how did these nations worship their gods? Shouldn't we worship the Lord in the same way? No, you should not. The Lord hates the disgusting way those nations worship their gods, because they even burn their sons and daughters as sacrifices. Obey all the laws and teachings I am giving you. Don't add any, and don't take any away.
So there is other
Deuteronomy
gods.
13.
This is like a battle of gods.
Someday, a prophet may come along who is able to perform miracles, and don't take any away.
The Lord hates the disgusting ways those nations worship their gods.
Obey all the laws and teachings I am giving you.
Their
Don't add
gods.
any,
So
and
there
don't
is
take
other
any
gods.
away.
Deuteronomy
You're
13.
saying there's multiple gods, but I'm the right
Someday,
one.
a prophet may come along who is able to perform miracles or tell what will happen in the future. Then the prophet may say,
Let's start worshipping some new gods, some gods that we know nothing about.
if the prophet says this, don't listen. The Lord your God will be watching to find out whether or not you love him with all your heart and soul. You must be completely faithful to the Lord. Worship and obey only the Lord, and do this with fear and trembling, because he rescued you from slavery in Egypt.
There he goes again.
If a prophet tells you
Because
to
he
disobey
frees
the
you,
Lord
you
your
owe
God
him.
and to stop worshipping him, then that prophet is evil and must be put to death. Someone else may say to you,
Let's worship other gods.
that person may be your best friend, your brother or sister, your son or daughter, or your own dear wife or husband. But you must not listen to people who say such things. Instead, you must stone them to death. You must be the first to throw the stones. Then others from the community will finish the job. Don't show any pity. The gods worshipped by other nations have never done anything for you or your ancestors. People who ask you to worship other gods are trying to get you to stop worshipping the Lord, who rescued you from slavery in Egypt. So put to
He
death
keeps
anyone who asks
mentioning
you
it.
to worship
It's
another
pissing
god.
me off.
And when the rest of Israel hears about it, they will be afraid.
Like, is that the
And no
only
one else will
reason
ever do such
why
an
they
evil
follow you?
thing
Because you
again.
freed them from
After
Egypt?
the Lord your God gives you towns to live in, you may hear a rumor about one of the towns. You may hear that some worthless people have talked everyone there into worshipping other gods, even though these gods have never done anything for them. You must carefully find out if the rumor is true.
This god
Then,
didn't do
if the
anything
people of
for
that
them.
town have actually done such a disgusting thing in your own country, you must take your swords and kill every one of them, and their livestock too. Gather all the possessions of the people who lived there and pile them up in the marketplace without keeping anything for yourself. Set the pile and the whole town on fire, and don't ever rebuild the town. The whole town will be a sacrifice to the Lord your God. Then he won't be angry anymore, and he will have mercy on you and make you successful, just as he promised your ancestors. That's why you must do what the Lord your God says is right. I am giving you his laws and teachings today, and you must obey them.
Deuteronomy 14.
People of Israel, you are the Lord's children. So when you mourn for the dead, you must not cut yourselves or shave your forehead. Out of all the nations on this earth, the Lord your God chose you to be his own. You belong to the Lord, so don't behave like those who worship other gods. Don't eat any disgusting animals. You may eat the meat of cattle, sheep and goats, wild sheep and goats, and gazelles, antelopes, and all kinds of deer. It is all right to eat meat from any animals that have divided hooves, and also chew the cud. But don't eat camels, rabbits, and rock badgers. These animals chew the cud but do not have divided hooves. You must treat them as unclean. And don't eat pork, since pigs have divided hooves, but they do not chew their cud. Don't even touch a dead pig. You can eat any fish that has fins and scales, but there are other creatures that live in the water, and if they do not have fins and scales, you must not eat them. Treat them as unclean. You can eat any
Sharks,
clean
whales.
bird, but don't eat the meat of any of the following birds: eagles, vultures, falcons, kites, ravens, ostriches, owls, seagulls, hawks, pelicans, ospreys, cormorants, storks, herons, and hoopoes. You must not eat
What the fuck is a
bats.
hoopoo?
Swarming insects are unclean, so don't eat them. However, you are allowed to eat certain kinds of winged insects.
The fuck?
You belong to the Lord your God, So if you happen to find a dead animal, don't eat
What
its
is
meat.
this?
You may give it to foreigners who live in your town, or sell it to foreigners who are visiting your town. Don't boil a young goat in its mother's milk. People of Israel, every year you must set aside 10% of your grain harvest. Also set aside 10% of your wine and olive oil, and the firstborn of every cow, sheep, and goat. Take these to the place where the Lord chooses to be worshipped, and eat them there. This will teach you to always respect the Lord your God. But suppose you can't carry that 10% of your harvest to the place where the Lord chooses to be worshipped. If you live too far away, or if the Lord gives you a big harvest, then sell this part and take the money there instead. When you and your family arrive, spend the money on food for a big celebration. Buy cattle, sheep, goats, wine, beer, and if there are any other kinds of food that you want, buy those too. And since people of the Levi tribe won't own any land for growing crops, remember to ask the Levites to celebrate with you. Every third year, instead of using the 10% of your harvest for a big celebration, bring it into town and put it in a community storehouse. The Levites have no land of their own, so you must give them food from the storehouse. You must also give food to the poor who live in your town, including orphans, widows, and foreigners. If they have enough to eat, then the Lord your God will be pleased and make you successful in everything you do.
Deuteronomy 15.
Every 7 years, you must announce, "The Lord says loans do not need to be paid back." Then, if you have loaned money to another Israelite, you can no longer ask for payment. This law applies only to loans you have made to other Israelites. Foreigners will still have to pay back what you have loaned them. No one in Israel
Debt
should ever be
forgiveness.
poor. The Lord your God is giving you this land, and he has promised to make you very successful if you obey his laws and teachings that I'm giving you today.
So like right before the 7 days, I'm gonna borrow all the money I can, and then just keep it in my bank.
You will lend money to many nations, but you won't have to borrow. You will rule many nations, but they won't rule you. After the Lord your God gives land to each of you, there may be poor Israelites in the town where you live. If there are, then don't be mean and selfish with your money. Instead, be kind and lend them what they need. Be careful. Don't say to yourself,
Soon it'll be the 7th year, and then I won't be able to get my money back.
"It would be horrible for you to think that way and to be so selfish that you refuse to help the poor. They are your relatives, and if you don't help them, they may ask the Lord to decide whether you have done wrong, and he will say that you are guilty. You should be happy to give the poor what they need, because then the Lord will make you successful in everything you do. There will always be some Israelites who are poor and needy. That's why I am commanding you to be generous with them. If any of you buy Israelites as slaves, you must set them free after 6 years. And don't just tell them they are free to leave. Give them sheep and goats and a good supply of grain and wine. The more the Lord has given you, the more you should give them. I am commanding you to obey the Lord as a reminder that you were slaves in Egypt before
Again.
he set you free. But one of your slaves may say, I love you and your family, and I would be better off staying with you, so please don't make me leave. Take the slave to the door of your house and push a sharp metal rod through one earlobe and into the door. Such slaves will belong to you for life,
What?
whether they are men.
Puts a sharp metal rod through the earlobe and into the door. Such slaves will belong to you for life, whether they are men or women.
or women.
So, ear piercing.
Don't complain when you have to set a slave free. After all, You got 6 years of service at half the cost of hiring someone to do the work. If the firstborn animal of a cow or sheep or goat is a male, it must be given to the Lord. Don't put firstborn cattle to work or cut wool from firstborn sheep. Instead, each year you must take the firstborn of these animals to the place where the Lord your God chooses to be worshipped. You and your family will sacrifice them to the Lord and then eat them as part of a sacred meal. But if the animal is lame or blind or has something else wrong with it, you must not sacrifice it to the Lord your God. You can butcher it where you live and eat it just like the meat of a deer or gazelle that you kill while hunting. Even those people who are unclean and unfit for worship can have some. But you must never eat the blood of an animal. Let it drain out on the ground.
Deuteronomy 16.
People of Israel, you must celebrate Passover in the month of Abib, because one night in that month years ago, the Lord your God rescued you from Egypt. The Passover
keeps
sacrifice must be
mentioning
a
it.
cow, a sheep, or a goat, and you must offer it at the place where the Lord chooses to be worshipped. Eat all of the meat of the Passover sacrifice that same night. But don't serve bread made with yeast at the Passover meal. Serve the same kind of thin bread that you ate when you were slaves suffering in Egypt, and when you had to leave Egypt quickly. As long as you live, this thin bread will remind you of the day you left Egypt. For 7 days following Passover, don't make any bread with yeast. In fact, there should be no yeast anywhere in Israel. Don't offer the Passover sacrifice in just any town where you happen to live. It must be offered at the place where the Lord chooses to be worshipped. Kill the sacrifice at sunset, the time of day when you left Egypt. Then cook it and eat it there at the place of worship, returning to your tents the next morning. Eat thin bread for the next 6 days. Then on the 7th day, don't do any work. Instead, come together and worship the Lord. 7 weeks after you start your grain harvest, go to the place where the Lord chooses to be worshipped and celebrate the harvest festival in honor of the Lord your God. Bring him an offering as large as you can afford, depending on how big a harvest he has given you. Be sure to take along your sons and daughters and all your servants. Also invite the poor, including Levites, foreigners, orphans, and widows. Remember that you used to be slaves in Egypt,
Again.
so obey these laws. After you have finished the grain harvest and the grape
He
harvest,
mentions it like
take your
every
sons
other
and daughters
chapter.
and all your servants to the place where the Lord chooses to be worshipped. Celebrate the
Like, I
festival
did
of
this thing
shelters
for you.
7
Now
days.
you're my
Also
slave.
invite the poor, including
Remember,
Levites,
you
foreigners,
must
orphans, and
remember
widows.
that. You have to
The Lord will give
remember
you big
you were
harvests
slaves in
and
Egypt
make you
and I
successful in
freed
everything
you.
you do.
You
You
owe
will be
me.
completely happy, so celebrate this festival in honor of the Lord your God. Each year there are 3 festivals when all Israelite men must go to the place where the Lord chooses to be worshipped.
He did one
These
thing
are
for
the
them.
festival of
He
thin
freed them from
bread,
Egypt.
the harvest festival, and the festival of shelters.
He's
And don't
he's
forget to
kind of
take along a gift
overusing
for
that
the Lord.
argument.
The bigger the harvest the Lord gives you, the bigger your gift should be. After you are settled in the towns that you will receive from the Lord your God, the people in each town must appoint judges and other officers. Those of you that become judges must be completely fair when you make legal decisions, even if someone important is involved. Don't take bribes to give unfair decisions. Bribes keep people who are wise from seeing the truth and turn honest people into liars. People of Israel, if you want to enjoy a long and successful life, make sure that everyone is treated with justice in the land that the Lord is giving you. When you build the altar for offering sacrifices to the Lord your God, don't set up a sacred pole for the worship of the goddess Asherah. And don't set up a sacred stone. The Lord hates these things.
Deuteronomy 17.
If an ox or a sheep has something wrong with it, don't offer it as a sacrifice to the Lord your God. He will be disgusted. The Lord your God is giving you towns to live in. But later, a man or a woman in your town may start worshipping other gods, or even the sun, moon, or stars. I have warned you not to worship other gods, because whoever worships them is disobeying the Lord and breaking the agreement he made with you. So when you hear that someone in your town is committing this disgusting sin, you must carefully find out if that person really is guilty. But you will need 2 or 3 witnesses. One witness isn't enough to prove a person guilty. Get rid of those who are guilty of such evil. Take them outside your town gates and have everyone stone them to death. But the witnesses must be the first to throw stones. It may be difficult to find out the truth in some legal cases in your town. You may not be able to decide if someone was killed accidentally or murdered. Or you may not be able to tell whether an injury or some property damage was done by accident or on purpose. If the case is too difficult, take it to the court at the place where the Lord your God chooses to be worshipped.
Just do a point
This
flip.
court will be made up of one judge and several priests who serve at the Lord's altar. They will explain the law to you and give you their decision about the case. Do exactly what they tell you, or you will be put to death. When other Israelites hear about it, they will be afraid and obey the decisions of the court. People of Israel, after you capture the land the Lord your God is giving you, and after you settle on it, you will say, "We want a king, just like the nations around us." Go ahead and appoint a king, but make sure that he is an Israelite, and that he is the one the Lord has chosen. The king should not have many horses, especially those from Egypt. The Lord has said never to go back there again. And the king must not have a lot of wives. They might tempt him to be unfaithful to the Lord. Finally, the king must not try to get huge amounts of silver and gold.
The king must not have a lot of wives. So you don't have to be faithful?
To the Lord. Finally, the king must not try to get huge amounts of silver and gold. The official copy of God's laws will be kept by the priests of the Levi tribe. So, as soon as anyone becomes king, he must go to the priests and write out a copy of these laws while they watch. Each day the king must read and obey these laws, so that he will learn to worship the Lord with fear and trembling, and not think that he's better than everyone else. If the king completely obeys the Lord's commands, he and his descendants will rule Israel for many years.
Deuteronomy 18.
The people of the Levi tribe, including the priests, will not receive any land. Instead, they will receive part of the sacrifices that are offered to the Lord, because he has promised to provide for them in this way.
Did we receive
When you
part of the
sacrifice a
sacrifices?
bull or sheep, the priests will be given the shoulder, the jaws, and the stomach. In addition, they will receive the first part of your grain harvest, and part of your first batches of wine and olive oil. You must also give them the first wool that is cut from your sheep each year. Give these gifts to the priests, because the Lord has chosen them and their descendants out of all the tribes of Israel to be his special servants at the place of worship. Any Levite can leave his hometown and go to the place where the Lord chooses to be worshipped, and then be a special servant of the Lord there, just like all the other Levites.
Ambassadors.
Some Levites may have money from selling family possessions, and others may not. But all the Levites serving at the place of worship will receive the same amount of food from the sacrifices and gifts brought by the people. Soon you will go into the land that the Lord your God is giving you. The nations that live there do things that are disgusting to the Lord, and you must not follow their example. Don't sacrifice your son or daughter, and don't try to use any kind of magic or witchcraft to tell fortunes or to cast spells or to talk with spirits of the dead. The Lord is disgusted with anyone who does these things, and that's why he will help you to destroy the nations that are in the land. Never be guilty of doing any of these disgusting things. You will go in and take the land from nations that practice magic and witchcraft. But the Lord your God won't allow you to do these things. Instead, he will choose one of your own people to be a prophet just like me, and you must do what that prophet says. You were asking for a prophet the day you were gathered at Mount Sinai and said to the Lord, "Please don't let us hear your voice or see this terrible fire again. If we do, we will die." Then the Lord told me, "Moses, they have said the right thing. So when I want to speak to them, I will choose one of them to be a prophet like you. I will give my message to that prophet who will tell the people exactly
I
what I
don't
have
think
said.
Moses is even a prophet.
Since the message comes from me,
I think he's just
anyone who
using
doesn't
this
obey
God
the message
figure.
will have to answer to me. But if I haven't spoken, and a prophet claims to have a message from me, you must kill that prophet. And you must also kill any prophet who claims to have a
When a prophet claims to have a message from me, you must kill that prophet.
message
Moses?
from another god. You may be asking yourselves, how can we tell if a prophet's message really comes from the Lord? You will know, because if the Lord says something will happen, it will happen. And if it doesn't, you will know that the prophet was falsely claiming to speak for the Lord. Don't be afraid of any prophet whose message doesn't come from the Lord.
Deuteronomy 19.
Soon you will
So
go
if
into the
they
land
claim
and
to be a
attack the
false
nations.
prophet, that's a death
The Lord your
sentence.
God will destroy them and give you their lands, towns, and homes. Then, after you are settled, you must choose 3 of your towns to be safe towns. Divide the land into 3 regions, with one safe town near the middle of each, so that a safe town can be easily reached from anywhere in your land. Then, if one of you accidentally kills someone, you can run to a safe town and find protection from being put to death. But you must not have been angry with the person you killed. For example, suppose you and a friend go into the forest to cut wood. You are chopping down a tree with an axe when the axe head slips off the handle, hits your friend, and kills him. You can run to one of the safe towns and save your life. You don't deserve to die, since you did not mean to harm your friend, but he did get killed, and his relatives might be very angry. They might even choose one of the men from their family to track you down and kill you. If it is too far to one of the safe towns, the victim's relative might be able to catch you and kill you. That's why I said there must be 3 safe towns. Israel, the Lord your God has promised that if you obey his laws and teachings I'm giving you, and if you always love him, then he will give you the land he promised your ancestors. When that happens, you must name 3 more safe towns in the new territory. You will need them, so innocent people won't be killed on your land while they are trying to reach a safe town that is too far away. You will be guilty of murder if innocent people lose their lives because you didn't name enough safe towns in the land the Lord your God will give you. But what if you really do commit murder? Suppose one of you hates a neighbor. So you wait in a deserted place, kill the neighbor, and run to a safe town. If that happens, the leaders of your town must send messengers to bring you back from the safe town. They will hand you over to one of the victim's relatives, who will put you to death. Israel, for the good of the whole country, you must kill anyone who murders an innocent person. Never show mercy to a murderer. In the land the Lord is giving you, there are already stones set up to mark the property lines between fields. So don't move those stones. Before you are convicted of a crime, at least 2 witnesses must be able to testify that you did it. If you accuse someone of a crime, but seem to be lying, then both you and the accused must be taken to the court at the place where the Lord is worshipped. There, the priests and judges will find out if you are lying or telling the truth. If you are lying and the accused is innocent, then you will be punished without mercy. You will receive the same punishment the accused would have received if found guilty, whether it means losing an eye, a tooth, a hand, a foot, or even your life. Israel, the crime of telling lies in court must be punished. And when people hear what happens to witnesses that lie, everyone else who testifies in court will tell the truth.
Deuteronomy 20.
If you have to go to war, you may find yourselves facing an enemy army that is bigger than yours and that has horses and chariots. But don't be afraid. The Lord your God rescued you from Egypt, and he will help you fight. Before you march into battle, a priest will go to the front of the army and say, "Soldiers of Israel, listen to me. Today, when you go into battle, don't be afraid of the enemy, and when you see them, don't panic. The Lord your God will fight alongside you and help you win the battle." Then the tribal officials will say to the troops,
"If any of you have built a new house, but haven't yet moved in, you may go home. It isn't right for you to die in battle and for somebody else to live in your new house. If any of you have planted a vineyard, but haven't had your first grape harvest, you may go home. It isn't right for you to die in battle and for somebody else to enjoy your grapes. If any of you are engaged to be married, you may go back home and get married. It isn't right for you to die in battle and for somebody else to marry the woman you are engaged to. Finally, if any of you are afraid, you may go home. We don't want you to discourage the other soldiers."
When the officials are finished giving these orders, they will appoint officers to be in command of the army. Before you attack a town that is far from your land, offer peace to the people who live there. If they surrender and open their town gates, they will become your slaves. But if they reject your offer of peace and try to fight, surround their town and attack. Then, after the Lord helps you capture it, kill all the men. Take the women and children as slaves, and keep the livestock and everything else of value.
God damn, bro.
Whenever you capture towns in the
tyranny.
land the Lord your God is giving you, be sure to kill all the people and animals. He has commanded you to completely wipe out the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites.
Holy
if
shit,
you allow
man.
them to live, they will persuade you to worship their disgusting gods, and you will be unfaithful to the Lord. Persuade you to worship their
If you allow them to live, they will be persuaded to worship their disgusting gods, and you'll be unfaithful.
disgusting gods, and you will be unfaithful. If you allow the Hittites, all the people and animals, he has commanded you to completely wipe out.
He has commanded you to completely wipe out the Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, and Perizzites, and Hivites. Who are these people? Huh? There's the Assyrian Empire. There's Babylonia. This is no Moab.
the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. If you allow them to live, they will persuade you to worship their disgusting gods, and you will be unfaithful to the Lord. When you are attacking a town, don't chop down its fruit trees, not even if you have had the town surrounded for...
Wait. The Jebusites were a Canaanite tribe who lived in Jerusalem, also known as Jebus, before King David conquered it in 1000 BCE. King David. From city of Jebus, the ancient Jerusalem, which they inhabited. Within their territory lay the cave of Machpelah, which Abraham wished to buy. So they're going to be wiped out soon.
Fruit trees aren't your enemies, and they
Like
produce
King
food
David.
that you can eat, so don't cut them down. You may need wood to make ladders and towers to help you get over the walls and capture the town, but use only trees that you know are not fruit trees.
Deuteronomy 21.
Suppose the body of a murder victim is found in a field in the land the Lord your God is giving you, and no one knows who the murderer is. The judges and other leaders from the towns around there must find out what town is the closest to where the body was found. The leaders from that town will go to their cattle herds and choose a young cow that has never been put to work. They and some of the priests will take this cow to a nearby valley where there is a stream but no crops. Once they reach the valley, the leaders will break the cow's neck. The priests must be there because the Lord your God has chosen them to be his special servants at the place of worship. The Lord has chosen them to bless the people in his name and to be judges in all legal cases, whether property or
This
injury
is
is
not a
involved.
good religion. This is not a
The town
good
leaders
God.
will wash their hands over the body of the dead cow and say, "We had
He's
no
very
part in this
unforgiving.
murder, and we don't know who did it. But since an innocent person was murdered, we beg you, our Lord, to accept this sacrifice and forgive Israel. We are your people, and you rescued us. Please don't hold this crime against us. If you obey the Lord and do these things, he will forgive Israel." From time to time, you men will serve as soldiers and go off to war. The Lord your God will help you defeat your enemies, and you will take many prisoners. One of these prisoners may be a beautiful woman, and you may want to marry her. But first, you must bring her into your home and have her shave her head, cut her nails, get rid of her foreign clothes, and start wearing Israelite clothes. She will mourn a month for her father and mother, then you can marry her. Later on, if you are not happy with the woman, you can divorce her and she can go free. But you have slept with her as your wife, so you cannot sell her as a slave or make her into your own slave. Suppose a man has two wives and loves one more than the other. The first son of either wife is the man's firstborn son, even if the boy's mother is the wife the man doesn't love. Later, when the man is near death and is dividing up his property, he must give a double share to his firstborn son, simply because he was the first to be born. A father and a mother may have a stubborn and rebellious son who refuses to obey them even after he has been punished. If a son is like that, his parents must drag him to the town gate where the leaders of the town hold their meetings. The parents will tell the leaders, "This son of ours is stubborn and never obeys. He spends all his time drinking and partying." The men of the town will stone that son to death.
God damn.
Because they must get rid of the evil he brought into the community. Everyone in Israel will be afraid when they hear how he was punished. If a criminal is put to death and you hang the dead body on a tree, you must not let it hang there overnight. Bury it the same day, because the dead body of a criminal will bring God's curse on the land. The Lord your God is giving this land to you, so don't make it unclean by leaving the bodies of executed criminals on display.
Deuteronomy 22.
If you see a cow or sheep wandering around lost, take the animal back to its owner. If the owner lives too far away, or if you don't know who the owner is, take the animal home with you and take care of it. The owner will come looking for the animal, and then you can give it back. That's what you should do if you find anything that belongs to someone else. Do whatever you can to help, whether you find a cow or sheep or donkey or some clothing. Oxen and donkeys that carry heavy loads can stumble and fall and be unable to get up by themselves. So as you walk along the road, help anyone who is trying to get an ox or donkey back on its feet. Women must not pretend to be men, and men must not pretend to be women.
No
The Lord your
transgender.
God is disgusted
No
with people who do
cross-dressing.
that. As you walk along the road, you might see
Okay.
a bird's nest in a tree
God
or on
was
the ground.
conservative.
If the mother bird is in the nest, with either her eggs or her baby birds, you are allowed to take the baby birds or the eggs, but not the mother bird. Let her go free, and the Lord will bless you with a long and successful life. If you build a house, make sure to put a low wall around the edge of the flat roof. Then if someone falls off the roof and is killed, it won't be your fault. If you plant a vineyard, don't plant any other fruit tree or crop in it. If you do plant something else there, you must bring to the place of worship everything you harvest from the vineyard. Don't hitch an ox and a donkey to your plow at the same time. When you weave cloth for clothing, you can use thread made of flax or wool, but not both together. And when you make a coat, sew a tassel on each of the four corners. Suppose a man starts hating his wife soon after they are married. He might tell ugly lies about her and say, I married this woman, but when we slept together, I found out she wasn't a virgin. If this happens, the bride's father and mother must go to the town gate to show the town leaders the proof that the woman was a virgin.
How?
Her
How
father
the
will
fuck
say,
do you do that?
I let my daughter marry this man, but he started hating her and accusing her of not being a virgin. But he is wrong, because here is proof that she was a virgin.
Then the bride's parents will show them the bedsheet from the woman's wedding night.
What? The bride's parents will show them the bedsheet from the woman's bedding night? What? How the fuck do you know? How could a bedding sheet prove a woman is a virgin? How does that work? Virgin is from a certain ancient cultural practices mentioned in texts such as the Torah, Deuteronomy. This idea is rooted in the misunderstanding of human biology and reflects social norms and values at those times. The practice. Let's say in the tradition, it was assumed that during a woman's first sexual experience, the break of the hymen would cause bleeding. The bloodstains on the bedding from the wedding night were taken as evidence of virginity. Presentation at the scene. If a husband's claim of bride's non-virgin arose, her family presented bloodstains she as proof. So, like, you can't, you don't change the bedding? Like, if there's blood on your bedding, you don't change it?
The town leaders will beat the man with a whip because he accused his bride of not being a virgin. He will have to pay her father 100 pieces of silver and will never be allowed to divorce her. But if the man was right, and there is no proof that his bride was a virgin, the men of the town will take the woman to the door of her father's house and stone her to death. This woman brought evil into your community by sleeping with someone before she got married, and you must get rid of that evil by killing her. People of Israel, if a man is caught having sex with someone else's wife, you must put them both to death. That way you will get rid of the evil they have done in Israel. If a man is caught in town having sex with an engaged woman who isn't screaming for help, they both must be put to death. The man is guilty of having sex with a married woman, and the woman is guilty because she didn't call for help, even though she was inside a town and people were nearby. Take both of them to the town gate and stone them to death.
Damn,
you must
bro.
get rid of the evil they brought into your community. If an engaged woman is raped out in the country, only the man will be put to death. Do not punish the woman at all. She has done nothing wrong, and certainly nothing deserving death. This crime is like murder, because the woman was alone out in the country when the man attacked her. She screamed, but there was no one to help her. Suppose a woman isn't engaged to be married, and a man talks her into sleeping with him. If they are caught, they will be forced to get married. He must give her father 50 pieces of silver as a bride price, and can never divorce her. A man must not marry a woman who is married to his father. This would be a disgrace to his father.
Who was married to his father?
Deuteronomy 23.
If a
So,
man's
like, don't take your father's wife? How the fuck
private
does that
parts have
work?
been crushed or cut off, he cannot fully belong to the Lord's people.
If a man's private parts have been crushed or cut off, goddamn.
No one born outside of a legal marriage, or any of their descendants for 10 generations, can fully belong to the Lord's people. No Ammonites or Moabites, or any of their descendants for 10 generations, can become part of Israel, the Lord's people. This is because when you came out of Egypt, they refused to provide you with food and water. And besides, they hired Balaam to put a curse on you. But the Lord your God loves you, so he refused to listen to Balaam and turned Balaam's curse into a blessing. Don't even think of signing a peace treaty with Moab or Ammon. But Edomites are your relatives, and you lived as foreigners in the country of Egypt. Now you must be kind to Edomites and Egyptians, and let their great-grandchildren become part of Israel, the Lord's people. When you men go off to fight your enemies, make sure your camp is acceptable to the Lord. For example, if something happens at night that makes a man unclean and unfit for worship, he must go outside the camp and stay there until late afternoon. Then he must take a bath, and at sunset, he can go back into camp. Set up a place outside the camp to be used as a toilet area, and make sure that you have a small shovel in your equipment. When you go out to the toilet area, use the shovel to dig a hole. Then, after you relieve yourself, bury the waste in the hole. You must keep your camp clean of filthy and disgusting things. The Lord is always present in your camp, ready to rescue you and give you victory over your enemies. But if he sees something disgusting in your camp, he may turn around and leave. When runaway slaves from other countries come to Israel and ask for protection, you must not hand them back to their owners. Instead, you must let them choose which one of your towns they want to live in. Don't be cruel to runaway slaves. People of Israel, don't any of you ever be temple prostitutes. The Lord your God is disgusted with men and women who are prostitutes of any kind, and he will not accept a gift from them, even if it had been promised to him. When you lend money, food, or anything else to another Israelite, you are not allowed to charge interest. You can charge a foreigner interest, but if you charge other Israelites interest, the Lord your God will not let you be successful in the land you are about to take. People of Israel, if you make a sacred promise to give a gift to the Lord, then do it as soon as you can. If the Lord has to come looking for the gift you promised, you will be guilty of breaking that promise. On the other hand, if you never make a sacred promise, you can't be guilty of breaking it. You must keep whatever promises you make to the Lord. After all, you are the one who chose to make the promises. If you go into a vineyard that belongs to someone else, you are allowed to eat as many grapes as you want while you are there. But don't take any with you when you leave. In the same way, if you are in a grain field that belongs to someone else, you can pick heads of grain and eat the kernels. But don't cut down the stalks of grain and take them with you.
Deuteronomy 24.
Suppose a woman was divorced by her first husband because he found something disgraceful about her. He wrote out divorce papers, gave them to her, and sent her away. Later, she married another man, who then either divorced her in the same way or died. Since she has slept with her second husband, she cannot marry her first husband again. Their marriage would pollute the land that the Lord your God is giving you, and he will be disgusted. If a man and a woman have been married less than 1 year, he must not be sent off to war or sent away to do forced labor. He must be allowed to stay home for a year and be happy with his wife. When you lend money to people, you are allowed to keep something of theirs as a guarantee that they will pay back the loan. But don't take one or both of their millstones, or else they may starve. They need these stones for grinding grain into flour to make bread. If you are guilty of kidnapping Israelites and forcing them into slavery, you will be put to death to remove this evil from the community. I have told the priests what to do if any of you have leprosy, so do exactly what they say. And remember what the Lord your God did to Miriam after you left Egypt. When you lend money to people, you are allowed to keep something of theirs as a guarantee that the money will be paid back. But you must not go into their house to get it. Wait outside, and they will bring out the item you have agreed on. Suppose someone is so poor that a coat is the only thing that can be offered as a guarantee on a loan. Don't keep the coat overnight. Instead, give it back before sunset, so the owner can keep warm and sleep and ask the Lord to bless you. Then the Lord your God will notice that you have done the right thing. If you hire poor people to work for you, don't hold back their pay, whether they're Israelites or foreigners who live in your town. Pay them their wages at the end of each day, because they live in poverty and need the money to survive. If you don't pay them on time, they will complain about you to the Lord, and he will punish you. Parents must not be put to death for crimes committed by their children, and children must not be put to death for crimes committed by their parents. Don't put anyone to death for someone else's crime. Make sure that orphans and foreigners are treated fairly. And if you lend money to a widow and want to keep something of hers to guarantee that she will pay you back, don't take any of her clothes. You were slaves in Egypt until the Lord your God rescued you. That's why I am giving you these laws. If you forget to bring in a stack of harvested grain, don't go back into the field to get it. Leave it for the poor, including foreigners, orphans, and widows, and the Lord will make you successful in everything you do. When you harvest your olives, don't try to get them all for yourself, but leave some for the poor. And when you pick your grapes, go over the vines only once. Then let the poor have what is left. You lived in poverty as slaves in Egypt until the Lord your God rescued you. That's why I am giving you these laws.
Deuteronomy 25.
Suppose you and someone else each accuse the other of doing something wrong, and you go to court where the judges decide you are guilty. If your punishment is to be beaten with a whip, one of the judges will order you to lie down, and you will receive the number of lashes you deserve. 40 lashes is the most that you can be given, because more than that might make other Israelites think you are worthless. Don't muzzle an ox while it is threshing grain. Suppose two brothers are living on the same property, when one of them dies without having a son to carry on his name. If this happens, his widow must not marry anyone outside the family. Instead, she must marry her late husband's brother, and their first son will be the legal son of the dead man. But suppose the brother refuses to marry the widow. She must go to a meeting of the town leaders at the town gate and say,
"My husband died without having a son to carry on his name, and my husband's brother refuses to marry me so I can have a son."
The leaders will call the living brother to the town gate and try to persuade him to marry the widow. But if he doesn't change his mind and marry her, she must go over to him while the town leaders watch. She will pull off one of his sandals and spit in his face while saying,
"That's what happens to a man who won't help provide descendants for his dead brother."
From then on, that man's family will be known as the family of the man whose sandal was pulled off. If two men are fighting, and the wife of one man tries to rescue her husband by grabbing the other man's private parts, you must cut off her hand. Don't have any mercy. Don't try to cheat people by having two sets of weights or measures, one to get more when you are buying, and the other to give less when you are selling. If you weigh and measure things honestly, the Lord your God will let you enjoy a long life in the land he is giving you. But the Lord is disgusted with anyone who cheats or is dishonest. People of Israel, do you remember what the Amalekites did to you after you came out of Egypt? You were tired, and they followed along behind, attacking those who could not keep up with the others. This showed that the Amalekites have no respect for God. The Lord your God will help you capture the land, and he will give you peace. But when that day comes, you must wipe out Amalek so completely that no one will remember they ever lived.
Deuteronomy 26.
The Lord is giving you the land, and soon you will conquer it, settle down, and plant crops. And when you begin harvesting each of your crops, the very first things you pick must be put in a basket. Take them to the place where the Lord your God chooses to be worshipped, and tell the priest,
"Long ago, the Lord our God promised our ancestors that he would give us this land, and today I thank him for keeping his promise and giving me a share of the land."
The priest will take the basket and set it in front of the Lord's altar. Then, standing there in front of the place of worship, you must pray,
"My ancestor was homeless, an Aramean who went to live in Egypt. There were only a few in his family then, but they became great and powerful, a nation of many people. The Egyptians were cruel and had no pity on us. They mistreated our people and forced us into slavery. We called out for help to you, the Lord God of our ancestors. You heard our cries. You knew we were in trouble and abused. Then you terrified the Egyptians with your mighty miracles and rescued us from Egypt. You brought us here and gave us this land rich with milk and honey. Now, Lord, I bring to you the best of the crops that you have given me."
After you say these things, place the basket in front of the Lord's altar and bow down to worship him. Then you and your family must celebrate by eating a meal at the place of worship to thank the Lord your God for giving you such a good harvest. And remember to invite the Levites and the foreigners who live in your town. Every year, you are to give 10% of your harvest to the Lord. But every third year, this 10% must be given to the poor who live in your town, including Levites, foreigners, orphans, and widows. That way, they will have enough to eat. Then you must pray,
"Our Lord and our God, you have said that 10% of my harvest is sacred. I have obeyed your command and given this to the poor, including the Levites, foreigners, orphans, and widows. I've not eaten any of this sacred food while I was in mourning. In fact, I never touched it when I was unclean, and none of it has been offered as a sacrifice to the spirits of the dead. I have done everything exactly as you commanded. Our Lord, look down from your temple in heaven and bless your people Israel. You promised our ancestors that you would give us this land rich with milk and honey, and you have kept your promise."
Today, the Lord your God has commanded you to obey these laws and teachings with all your heart and soul. In response, you have agreed that the Lord will be your God, that you will obey all his laws and teachings, and that you will listen when he speaks to you. Since you have agreed to obey the Lord, he has agreed that you will be his people, and that you will belong to him just as he promised. The Lord created all nations, but he will make you more famous than any of them, and you will receive more praise and honor. You will belong only to the Lord your God, just as he promised.
Deuteronomy 27. Moses stood together with the leaders and told the people of Israel,
Obey all the laws and teachings that I am giving you today. Soon you will enter the land that the Lord your God is giving to you. He is the God your ancestors worshipped, and he has promised that this land is rich with milk and honey. After you cross the Jordan River, go to Mount Ebal, set up large slabs of stone, then cover them with white plaster and write on them a copy of these laws. At this same place, build an altar for offering sacrifices to the Lord your God. But don't use stones that have been cut with iron tools. Look for stones that can be used without being cut. Then offer sacrifices to please the Lord, burning them completely on the altar. Next, offer sacrifices to ask the Lord's blessing, and serve the meat at a sacred meal where you will celebrate in honor of the Lord. Don't forget to write out a copy of these laws on the stone slabs that you are going to set up. Make sure that the writing is easy to read.
Moses stood together with the priests and said,
Israel, be quiet and listen to me. Today you have become the people of the Lord your God. So you must obey his laws and teachings that I am giving you.
That same day, Moses gave them the following instructions.
After you cross the Jordan River, you will go to Mount Gerizim and Mount Ebal. The tribes of Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin will go up on Mount Gerizim, where they will bless the people of Israel. The tribes of Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali will go up on Mount Ebal, where they will agree to the curses. The people of the Levi tribe will speak each curse in a loud voice. Then the rest of the people will agree to that curse by saying, Amen.
Here are the curses.
We ask the Lord to put a curse on anyone who makes an idol or worships idols, even secretly. The Lord is disgusted with idols. We ask the Lord to put a curse on all who do not show respect for their father and mother. We ask the Lord to put a curse on anyone who moves the rocks that mark property lines. We ask the Lord to put a curse on anyone who tells blind people to go the wrong way. We ask the Lord to put a curse on anyone who keeps the poor from getting justice, whether these poor are foreigners, widows, or orphans. We ask the Lord to put a curse on any man who sleeps with his father's wife. That man has shown no respect for his father's marriage. We ask the Lord to put a curse on anyone who has sex with an animal.
Sleeping with your father's wife. Doesn't that mean having sex with your mom?
We ask the Lord to put a curse on any man who sleeps with his sister or his half-sister or his mother-in-law. Right? We ask the Lord to put a curse on anyone who commits murder, even when there are no witnesses to the crime. We ask the Lord to put a curse on anyone who accepts money to murder an innocent victim. We ask the Lord to put a curse on anyone who refuses to obey his laws.
And so to each of these curses, the people will answer, Amen.
Deuteronomy 28.
Today I am giving you the laws and teachings of the Lord your God. Always obey them, and the Lord will make Israel the most famous and important nation on earth, and he will bless you in many ways.
The Lord will make your businesses and your farms successful. You will have many children. You will harvest large crops, and your herds of cattle and flocks of sheep and goats will produce many young. You will have plenty of bread to eat. The Lord will make you successful in your daily work. The Lord will help you defeat your enemies and make them scatter in all directions. The Lord your God is giving you the land, and he will make sure you are successful in everything you do. Your harvests will be so large that your storehouses will be full. If you follow and obey the Lord, he will make you his own special people, just as he promised. Then everyone on earth will know that you belong to the Lord, and they will be afraid of you. The Lord will give you a lot of children, and make sure that your animals give birth to many young. The Lord promised your ancestors that this land would be yours, and he will make it produce large crops for you. The Lord will open the storehouses of the skies, where he keeps the rain, and he will send rain on your land at just the right times. He will make you successful in everything you do. You will have plenty of money to lend to other nations, but you won't need to borrow any yourself. Obey the laws and teachings that I'm giving you today, and the Lord your God will make Israel a leader among the nations and not a follower. Israel will be wealthy and powerful, not poor and weak. But you must not reject any of his laws and teachings or worship other gods.
Israel, today I am giving you the laws and teachings of the Lord your God. And if you don't obey them all, he will put many curses on you.
Your businesses and farms will fail. You won't have enough bread to eat. You'll have only a few children. Your crops will be small, and your herds of cattle and flocks of sheep and goats won't produce many young. The Lord will make you fail in everything you do. No matter what you try to accomplish, the Lord will confuse you, and you will feel his anger. You won't last long, and you may even meet with disaster, all because you rejected the Lord. The Lord will send terrible diseases to attack you, and you will never be well again. You will suffer with burning fever and swelling and pain until you die somewhere in the land that you captured. The Lord will make the sky overhead seem like a bronze roof that keeps out the rain, and the ground under your feet will become as hard as iron. Your crops will be scorched by the hot east wind or ruined by mildew. He will send dust and sandstorms instead of rain, and you will be wiped out. The Lord will let you be defeated by your enemies, and you will scatter in all directions. You will be a horrible sight for the other nations to see, and no one will disturb the birds and wild animals while they eat your dead bodies. The Lord will make you suffer with diseases that will cause oozing sores or crusty, itchy patches on your skin, or boils like the ones that are common in Egypt. And there will be no cure for you. You will become insane and go blind. The Lord will make you so confused that even in bright sunshine, you will have to feel your way around, like a blind person who cannot tell day from night. For the rest of your life, people will beat and rob you, and no one will be able to stop them. A man will be engaged to a woman, but before they can get married, she will be raped by enemy soldiers. Some of you will build houses, but never get to live in them. If you plant a vineyard, you won't be around long enough to enjoy the first harvest. Your cattle will be killed while you watch, but you won't get to eat any of the meat. Your donkeys and sheep will be stolen from you, and no one will be around to force your enemies to give them back. Your sons and daughters will be dragged off to a foreign country, while you stand there helpless. And even if you watch for them until you go blind, you will never see them again. You will work hard on your farms, but everything you harvest will be eaten by foreigners, who will mistreat you and abuse you for the rest of your life. What you see will be so horrible that you will go insane, and the Lord will punish you from head to toe with boils that never heal. The Lord will let you and your king be taken captive to a country that you and your ancestors have never heard of, and there you will have to worship idols made of wood and stone. People of nearby countries will shudder when they see your terrible troubles, but they will still make fun of you. You will plant a lot of seed, but gather a small harvest, because the locusts will eat your crops. You will plant vineyards and work hard at taking care of them, but you won't gather any grapes, much less get any wine, and the vines themselves will be eaten by worms. Even if your olive trees grow everywhere in your country, the olives will fall off before they are ready, and there won't be enough olive oil for combing your hair. Even your infant sons and daughters will be taken as prisoners of war. Locusts will eat your crops and strip your trees of leaves and fruit. Foreigners in your towns will become wealthy and powerful, while you become poor and powerless. You will be so short of money that you will have to borrow from those foreigners. They will be the leaders in the community, and you will be the followers.
Israel, if you don't obey the laws and teachings that the Lord your God is giving you, he will send these curses to chase, attack, and destroy you. Then everyone will look at you and your descendants and realize that the Lord has placed you under a curse. If the Lord makes you wealthy, but you don't joyfully worship and honor him, he will send enemies to attack you and make you their slaves. Then you will live in poverty with nothing to eat, drink, or wear, and your owners will work you to death. Foreigners who speak a strange language will be sent to attack you without warning, just like an eagle swooping down. They won't show any mercy, and they will have no respect for old people or pity for children. They will take your cattle, sheep, goats, grain, wine, and olive oil, then leave you to starve. all over the land that the Lord your God gave you, the enemy army will surround your towns. You may feel safe inside your town walls, but the enemy will tear them down while you wait in horror. Finally, you will get so hungry that you will eat the sons and daughters that the Lord gave you. Because of hunger, a man who had been gentle and kind will eat his own children and refuse to share the meal with his brother or wife or with his other children. A woman may have grown up in such luxury that she never had to put a foot on the ground, but times will be so bad that she will secretly eat both her newborn baby and the afterbirth without sharing any with her husband or her other children. You must obey everything in the book of God's law, because if you don't respect the Lord, he will punish you and your descendants with incurable diseases like those you were so afraid of in Egypt. Remember, if the Lord decides to destroy your nation, he can use any disease or disaster, not just the ones written in the book of God's law. There are as many of you now as the stars in the sky, but if you disobey the Lord your God, only a few of you will be left. The Lord is happy to make you successful and to make your nation grow while you conquer the land. But if you disobey him, he will be just as happy to pull you up by your roots. Those of you that survive will be scattered to every nation on earth, and you will have to worship stone and wood idols that never helped you or your ancestors. You will be restless, always longing for home, but never able to return. You will live in constant fear of death. Each morning you will wake up to such terrible sights that you will say,
I wish it were night.
But at night, you will be terrified and say,
I wish it were day.
I told you never to go back to Egypt, but now the Lord himself will load you on ships and send you back. Then you will even try to sell yourselves as slaves, but no one will be interested.
Deuteronomy 29. So Moses finished telling the Israelites what they had to do in order to keep the agreement the Lord was making with them in Moab, which was in addition to the one the Lord had made with them at Mount Sinai. Moses called the nation of Israel together and told them,
When you were in Egypt, you saw the Lord perform great miracles that caused trouble for the king, his officials, and everyone else in the country. He has even told you, for 40 years I, the Lord, led you through the desert, but your clothes and your sandals didn't wear out, and I gave you special food. I did these things so you would realize that I am your God. But the Lord must give you a change of heart before you truly understand what you have seen and heard. When we first camped here, King Sihon of Heshbon and King Og of Bashan attacked, but we defeated them. Then we captured their land and divided it among the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and East Manasseh. Israel, the Lord has made an agreement with you, and if you keep your part, you will be successful in everything you do. Today, everyone in our nation is standing here in the Lord's presence, including leaders and officials, parents and children, and even those foreigners who cut wood and carry water for us. We are at this place of worship to promise that we will keep our part of the agreement with the Lord our God. In this agreement, the Lord promised that you would be his people and that he would be your God. He first made this promise to your ancestors Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and today the Lord is making this same promise to you. But it isn't just for you, it is also for your descendants. When we lived in Egypt, you saw the Egyptians worship disgusting idols of wood, stone, silver, and gold. Then as we traveled through other nations, you saw those people worship other disgusting idols. So make sure that everyone in your tribe remains faithful to the Lord and never starts worshiping gods of other nations. If even one of you worships idols, you will be like the root of a plant that produces bitter, poisonous fruit. You may be an Israelite and know all about the Lord's agreement with us, but he won't bless you if you rebel against him. You may think you can get away with it, but you will cause the rest of Israel to be punished along with you. The Lord will be furious, and instead of forgiving you, he will separate you from the other tribes. Then he will destroy you by piling on you all the curses in the book of God's law, and you will be forgotten forever. The Lord will strike your country with diseases and disasters. Your descendants and foreigners from distant countries will see that your land has become a scorching desert of salt and sulfur, where nothing is planted, nothing sprouts, and nothing grows. It will be as lifeless as the land around the cities of Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, after the Lord became angry and destroyed them. People from other nations will ask,
why did the Lord destroy this country? Why was he so furious?
And they will be given this answer.
Our ancestors worshipped the Lord, but after he brought them out of Egypt and made an agreement with them, they rejected the agreement
and decided to worship gods that had never helped them. The Lord had forbidden Israel to worship these gods, and so he became furious and punished the land with all the curses in the book of God's law. Then he pulled up Israel by the roots and tossed them into a foreign country, where they still are today.
The Lord our God hasn't explained the present or the future, but he has commanded us to obey the laws he gave to us and our descendants.
Deuteronomy 30.
I have told you everything the Lord your God will do for you. And I've also told you the curses he will put on you if you reject him. He will scatter you in faraway countries. But when you realize that he is punishing you, return to him with all your heart and soul and start obeying the commands I have given to you today. Then he will stop punishing you and treat you with kindness. He may have scattered you to the farthest countries on earth, but he will bring you back to the land that had belonged to your ancestors and make you even more successful and powerful than they ever were. You and your descendants are stubborn, but the Lord will make you willing to obey him and love him with all your heart and soul, and you will enjoy a long life. Then the Lord your God will remove the curses from you and put them on those enemies who hate and attack you. You will again obey the laws and teachings of the Lord, and he will bless you with many children, large herds and flocks, and abundant crops. The Lord will be happy to do good things for you, just as he did for your ancestors. But you must decide once and for all to worship him with all your heart and soul, and to obey everything in the book of God's law. You know God's laws, and it isn't impossible to obey them. His commands aren't in heaven, so you can't excuse yourselves by saying,
"How can we obey the Lord's commands? They're in heaven, and no one can go up to get them, then bring them down and explain them to us."
And you can't say,
"How can we obey the Lord's commands? They're across the sea, and someone must go across, then bring them back and explain them to us."
No, these commands are nearby, and you know them by heart. All you have to do is obey. Today, I am giving you a choice. You can choose life and success, or death and disaster. I am commanding you to be loyal to the Lord, to live the way he has told you, and obey his laws and teachings. You are about to cross the Jordan River and take the land that he is giving you. If you obey him, you will live and become successful and powerful. On the other hand, you might choose to disobey the Lord and reject him. So I'm warning you that if you bow down and worship other gods, you won't have long to live. Right now, I call the sky and the earth to be witnesses that I am offering you this choice. Will you choose for the Lord to make you prosperous and give you a long life? Or will he put you under a curse and kill you? Choose life. Be completely faithful to the Lord your God. Love him and do whatever he tells you. The Lord is the only one who can give life, and he will let you live a long time in the land that he promised to your ancestors Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Deuteronomy 31. Moses again spoke to the whole nation of Israel.
I am 120 years old, and I am no longer able to be your leader. And besides that, the Lord your God has told me that he won't let me cross the Jordan River. But he has promised that he and Joshua will lead you across the Jordan to attack the nations that live on the other side. The Lord will destroy those nations, just as he destroyed Sihon and Og, those two Amorite kings. Just remember, whenever you capture a place, kill everyone who lives there. Be brave and strong. Don't be afraid of the nations on the other side of the Jordan. The Lord your God will always be at your side, and he will never abandon you.
Are we almost done?
Then Moses called Joshua up in front of the crowd and said,
Joshua,
the whole book is
brave
about
and
just
strong
guilt-tripping people
as you
into
lead these
following
people
the
into
law.
their land. The Lord made a promise long ago to Israel's ancestors that this land would someday belong to Israel. That time has now come, and you must divide up the land among the people. The Lord will lead you into the land. He will always be with you and help you, so don't ever be afraid of your enemies.
Moses wrote down all of these laws and teachings and gave them to the priests and the leaders of Israel. The priests were from the Levi tribe, and they carried the sacred chest that belonged to the Lord. Moses told these priests and leaders,
Each year, the Israelites must come together to celebrate the festival of shelters at the place where the Lord chooses to be worshipped. You must read these laws and teachings to the people at the festival every 7th year. the year when loans do not need to be repaid. Everyone must come, men, women, children, and even the foreigners who live in your towns. And each new generation will listen and learn to worship the Lord their God with fear and trembling, and to do exactly what is said in God's law.
The Lord told Moses,
"You will soon die. So bring Joshua to the sacred tent, and I will appoint him the leader of Israel."
Moses and Joshua went to the sacred tent, and the Lord appeared in a thick cloud right over the entrance to the tent. The Lord said,
"Moses, you will soon die, but Israel is going into a land where other gods are worshipped, and Israel will reject me and start worshipping these gods. The people will break the agreement I made with them, and I will be so furious that I will abandon them and ignore their prayers. I will send disasters and suffering that will nearly wipe them out. Finally, they will realize that the disasters happened because I abandoned them. They will pray to me, but I will ignore them because they were evil and started worshipping other gods. Moses and Joshua, I am going to give you the words to a new song. Write them down and teach the song to the Israelites. If they learn it, they will know what I want them to do, and so they will have no excuse for not obeying me. I am bringing them into the land that I promised their ancestors. It is a land rich with milk and honey, and the Israelites will have more than enough food to eat. But they will get fat and turn their backs on me and start worshipping other gods. The Israelites will reject me and break the agreement that I made with them. When I punish the Israelites and their descendants with suffering and disasters, I will remind them that they know the words to this song, so they have no excuse for not obeying me. I will give them the land that I promised, but I know the way they are going to live later on."
Moses wrote down the words to the song right away, and he taught it to the Israelites. The Lord told Joshua,
"Be brave and strong. I will help you lead the people of Israel into the land that I have promised them."
Moses wrote down all these laws and teachings in a book. Then he went to the Levites who carried the sacred chest and said,
"This is the book of God's law.
I swear to God, all of this shit
Keep it
happened
beside the sacred
in the
chest that
previous
holds
book.
the agreement the Lord your God
It's the
made
same
with
book
Israel.
written in different ways.
This book is proof that you know what the Lord wants you to do. I know how stubborn and rebellious you and the rest of the Israelites are. You have rebelled against the Lord while I have been alive, and it will only get worse after I am gone. So call together the leaders and officials of the tribes of Israel. I will bring this book and read every word of it to you. And I will call the sky and the earth as witnesses that all of you know what you are supposed to do. I am going to die soon, and I know that in the future you will stop caring about what is right and what is wrong. And so you will disobey the Lord and stop living the way I told you to live.
That's the exact
The Lord
same
will be
thing
angry,
that the founding fathers
and
had.
terrible things will
That the
happen
founding
to you.
fathers said when they created America.
Moses
They
called the
thought it
meeting
was
of
going to
all
last
the
up for
people of
about
Israel
50
so he
years.
could teach them the words to the song that the Lord had given him. And here are the words. Deuteronomy 32.
Earth and sky, listen to what I say. Israel, I will teach you. My words will be like gentle rain on tender young plants, or like dew on the grass. Join with me in praising the wonderful name of the Lord our God. The Lord is a mighty rock, and he never does wrong. God can always be trusted to bring justice. But you lie and cheat and are unfaithful to him. You have disgraced yourselves and are no longer worthy to be his children. Israel, the Lord is your father, the one who created you. But you repaid him by being foolish. Think about past generations. Ask your parents or any of your elders. They will tell you that God Most High gave land to every nation. He assigned a guardian angel to each of them, but the Lord himself takes care of Israel. Israel, the Lord discovered you in a barren desert filled with howling winds. God became your fortress, protecting you as though you were his own eyes. The Lord was like an eagle teaching its young to fly, always ready to swoop down and catch them on its back. Israel, the Lord led you, and without the aid of a foreign god, he helped you capture the land. Your fields were rich with grain, olive trees grew in your stony soil, and honey was found among the rocks. Your flocks and herds produced milk and yogurt, and you got choice meat from your sheep and goats that grazed in Bashan. Your wheat was the finest, and you drank the best wine. Israel, you grew fat and rebelled against God your Creator. You rejected the mighty rock, your only place of safety. You made God jealous and angry by worshipping disgusting idols and foreign gods.
You offered sacrifices to demons, those useless gods that never helped you.
Where's the
New
song?
gods that your ancestors never
I thought it was
worshipped.
supposed to be singing a song.
You turned away from God, your creator. You forgot the mighty rock, the source of your life. You were the Lord's children, but you made him angry. Then he rejected you and said, "You are unfaithful and can't be trusted. So I won't answer your prayers. I'll just watch and see what happens to you." You worshipped worthless idols and made me jealous and angry. Now I will send a cruel and worthless nation to make you jealous and angry. My people, I will breathe out fire that sends you down to the world of the dead. It will scorch your farmlands and burn deep down under the mountains. I'll send disaster after disaster to strike you like arrows. You'll be struck by starvation and deadly diseases, by the fangs of wild animals and poisonous snakes. Young and old alike will be killed in the streets and terrified at home. I wanted to scatter you so no one would remember that you had ever lived. But I dreaded the sound of your enemies saying, "We defeated Israel with no help from the Lord." People of Israel, that's what the Lord has said to you. But you don't have good sense, and you never listen to advice. If you did, you could see where you are headed. How could one enemy soldier chase 1,000 of Israel's troops? Or how could 2 of theirs pursue 10,000 of ours? It can only happen if the Lord stops protecting Israel and lets the enemy win. Even our enemies know that only our God is a mighty rock. Our enemies are grapevines, rooted in the fields of Sodom and Gomorrah. The grapes they produce are full of bitter poison. Their wine is more deadly than cobra venom. But the Lord has written a list of their sins and locked it in his vault. Soon, our enemies will get what they deserve. Suddenly they will slip, and total disaster will quickly follow. When only a few of the Lord's people remain, when their strength is gone and some of them are slaves, the Lord will feel sorry for them and give them justice. But first, the Lord will say, "You ran for safety to other gods. Couldn't they help you? You offered them wine and your best sacrifices. Can't those gods help you now or give you protection? Don't you understand? I am the only God. There are no others. I am the one who takes life and gives it again. I punished you with suffering. But now I will heal you, and nothing can stop me. I make this solemn promise. Just as I live forever, I will take revenge on my hateful enemies. I will sharpen my sword and let it flash like lightning. My arrows will get drunk on enemy blood. My sword will taste the flesh and the blood of the enemy. It will kill prisoners and cut off the heads of their leaders. Tell the heavens to celebrate, and all gods to bow down to the Lord, because he will take revenge on those hateful enemies who killed his people. He will forgive the sins of Israel and purify their land.
Moses spoke the words of the song so that all the Israelites could hear, and
What
Joshua
song?
helped him. When Moses had finished, he said,
Always remember this song I have taught you today.
What
And let
song?
it be
Sing
a
it.
warning that you must teach your children to obey everything written in the book of God's law. The law isn't empty words. It can give you a long life in the land that you are going to take.
Later that day, the Lord said to Moses,
Go up into the Abarim mountain range here in Moab across the Jordan River Valley from Jericho. And when you reach the top of Mount Nebo, you will be able to see the land of Canaan, which I am giving to Israel. Then you will die and be buried on the mountaintop, just as your brother Aaron died and was buried on Mount Hor. Both of you were unfaithful to me at Meribah Spring near Kadesh in the Zin Desert. I am God, but there in front of the Israelites you did not treat me with the honor and respect I deserve. So I will give the land to the people of Israel, but you will only get to see it from a distance.
Deuteronomy 33. Moses was a prophet, and before
Finally!
he died, he blessed the tribes of Israel
He's
by
dead.
saying,
The Lord came from Mount Sinai. From Edom he gave light to his people, and his glory was shining from Mount Paran. Thousands of his warriors were with him, and fire was at his right hand. The Lord loves the tribes of Israel, and he protects his people. They listen to his words and worship at his feet. I called a meeting of the tribes of Israel and gave you God's law. Then you and your leaders made the Lord your king. Tribe of Reuben, you will live, even though your tribe will always be small. The Lord will listen to you, tribe of Judah, as you beg to come safely home. You fought your enemies alone. Now the Lord will help you. At Massa and Meribah Spring, the Lord tested you, tribe of Levi. You were faithful, and so the priesthood belongs to the Levi tribe. Protecting Israel's agreement with the Lord was more important to you than the life of your father or mother, or brothers or sisters, or your own children. You teach God's laws to Israel, and at the place of worship, you offer sacrifices and burn incense. I pray that the Lord will bless everything you do and make you strong enough to crush your enemies. The Lord Most High loves you, tribe of Benjamin. He will live among your hills and protect you. Descendants of Joseph,
So
the
he's
Lord
saying
will
his
bless you with
goodbyes.
precious water from deep wells and with dew from the sky. Month by month, your fruit will ripen in the sunshine. You will have a rich harvest from the slopes of the ancient hills. The Lord who appeared in the burning bush wants to give you the best the land can produce, and it will be a princely crown on Joseph's head. The armies of Ephraim and Manasseh are majestic and fierce like a bull or a wild ox. They will run their spears through faraway nations. Be happy, Zebulun, as your boats set sail. Be happy, Issachar, in your tents. The sea will make you wealthy, and from the sandy beach you will get treasure. So invite the other tribes to celebrate with you and offer sacrifices to God. Tribe of Gad, the Lord will bless you with more land, so shout his praises. Your tribe is like a lion ripping up its victim. Your leaders met together and chose the best land for your tribe, but you obeyed the Lord and helped the other tribes. Tribe of Dan, you are like a lion cub, startled by a snake. The Lord is pleased with you, people of Naphtali. He will bless you and give you the land to the west and the south. The Lord's greatest blessing is for you, tribe of Asher. You will be the favorite of all the other tribes. You will be rich with olive oil and have strong town gates with bronze and iron boats. Your people will be powerful for as long as they live. Israel, no other God is like ours. The clouds are his chariot as he rides across the skies to come and help us. The eternal God is our hiding place. He carries us in his arms. When God tells you to destroy your enemies, he will make them run. Israel, you will live in safety. Your enemies will be gone. The dew will fall from the sky, and you will have plenty of grain and wine. The Lord has rescued you and given you more blessings than any other nation. He protects you like a shield and is your majestic sword. Your enemies will bow in fear, and you will trample on their backs.
Deuteronomy 34. Sometime later, Moses left the lowlands of Moab. He went up Mount Pisgah to the peak of Mount Nebo, which is across the Jordan River from Jericho. The Lord showed him all the land as far north as Gilead and the town of Dan. He let Moses see the territories that would soon belong to the tribes of Naphtali, Ephraim, Manasseh, and Judah, as far west as the Mediterranean Sea. The Lord also showed him the land in the south, from the valley near the town of Jericho, known as the city of palm trees, down to the town of Zoar. The Lord said,
Moses, this is the land I was talking about when I solemnly promised Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob that I would give land to their descendants.
Moses, you talk way too much, man.
And so Moses, the Lord's servant, died there in Moab, just as the Lord had said. The Lord buried him in a valley near the town of Beth Peor, but even today, no one knows exactly where. Moses was 120 years old when he died, yet his eyesight was still good, and his body was strong. The people of Israel stayed in the lowlands of Moab, where they mourned and grieved 30 days for Moses, as was their custom. Before Moses died, he had placed his hands on Joshua, and the Lord had given Joshua wisdom. The Israelites paid attention to what Joshua said, and obeyed the commands that the Lord had given Moses. There has never again been a prophet in Israel like Moses. The Lord spoke face to face with him, and sent him to perform powerful miracles in the presence of the king of Egypt and his entire nation. No one else has ever had the power to do such great things as Moses did for everyone to see.
Alright. We're on to the next part. We're done with Torah now. Now we're on to Nuvim. Joshua. Did Gideon Joshua? Did he do Joshua? Hey, he kind of did. Alright, how many chapters is there in Joshua? 24. We're on to Joshua now. Joshua 1? He didn't do one? Joshua. Audio Bible. With pictures? Can we get pictures? With text, not just text. I want pictures. Anything with pictures? Audio and text. I guess not. If he ever does to Joshua, let's go with that. Where did he start?
Joshua chapter 1. Moses, the Lord's servant, was dead. So the Lord spoke to Joshua, son of Nun, who had been the assistant of Moses. The Lord said,
He did Joshua 2. But he didn't do Joshua 1. Joshua 3. Joshua 8. Joshua crossing the Jordan River. Joshua 3 to 4. Joshua 4, Exodus. Joshua 2. Okay, let's just
My
do the first
servant
one then.
Moses is dead. Now you must lead Israel across the Jordan River into
Moses,
the
Lord's
land I am
servant, was dead. So Lord spoke to Joshua, son of Nun, who had been assistant of Moses. The Lord said,
giving to all of you. Wherever you go, I'll give you that land, as I promised Moses. It will reach from the southern desert to the Lebanon mountains in the north, and to the northeast as far as the great Euphrates River. It will include
Joshua's
the
a
land of the
military
Hittites
commander.
and the land from here at the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea on the west. Joshua, I will always be with you and help you as I helped Moses, and no one will ever be able to defeat you.
Wait, hold up. So who's writing? Who wrote Joshua? Is attributed to Joshua, so he wrote it himself.
Long ago, I promised the ancestors of Israel that I would give this land to their descendants. So be strong and brave. Be careful to do everything my servant Moses taught you. Never stop reading the book of the law he gave you. Day and night you must think about what it says. If you obey it completely, you and Israel will be able to take this land. I've commanded you to be strong and brave. Don't ever be afraid or discouraged. I am the Lord your God, and I will be there to help you wherever you go.
Joshua ordered the tribal leaders to go through the camp and tell everyone,
In a few days we will cross the Jordan River to take the land that the Lord our God is giving us. So fix as much food as you'll need for the march into the land.
Hold up. I'm gonna get a drink. All right, Joshua, don't disappoint
Joshua
me like
told the men
Moses.
of the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and East Manasseh.
The Lord's servant Moses said that the Lord our God has given you land here on the east side of the Jordan River, where you could live in peace. Your wives and children and your animals can stay here in the land Moses gave you. But all of you that can serve in our army must pick up your weapons and lead the men of the other tribes across the Jordan River. They are your relatives, so you must help them conquer the land that the Lord is giving them. The Lord will give peace to them as he has given peace to you, and then you can come back and settle here in the land that Moses promised you.
The men answered,
We'll cross the Jordan River and help our relatives. We'll fight anywhere you send us. If the Lord our God will help you as he helped Moses, and if you're strong and brave, we will obey you as we obeyed Moses. We'll even put to death anyone who rebels against you or refuses to obey you.
Joshua chapter 2. Joshua chose 2 men as spies and sent them from their camp at Acacia with these instructions.
Go across the river and find out as much as you can about the whole region, especially about the town of Jericho.
The 2 spies left the Israelite camp at Acacia.
JD Films is now doing Joshua, right?
Then Joshua, son of Nun, secretly sent 2 spies from Shittim.
Go, look over the land, especially Jericho.
So they went and entered the house of a prostitute named Rahab and stayed there. The king of Jericho was told,
Look, some of the Israelites have come here tonight to spy out the land.
So the king of Jericho sent this message to Rahab.
Bring out the men who came to you and entered your house, because they have come to spy out the whole land.
But the woman had taken the 2 men and hidden them. She said,
Yes, the men came to me, but I did not know where they had come from. At dusk, when it was time to close the city gate, the men left. I don't know which way they went. Go after them quickly. You may catch up with them.
But she had taken them up to the roof and hidden them under the stalks of flax she had laid out on the roof. So the men set out in pursuit of the spies on the road that leads to the fords of the Jordan. And as soon as the pursuers had gone out, the gate was shut. Before the spies lay down for the night, she went up on the roof and said to them,
I know that the Lord has given this land to you, and that a great fear of you has fallen on us, so that all who live in this country are melting in fear because of you. We have heard how the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea for you when you came out of Egypt, and what you did to Sihon and Og, the 2 kings of the Amorites east of the Jordan, whom you completely destroyed. When we heard of it, our hearts melted, and everyone's courage failed because of you. For the Lord your God is God in heaven above and on the earth below. Now then, please swear to me by the Lord that you will show kindness to my family, because I have shown kindness to you. Give me a sure sign that you will spare the lives of my father and mother, my brothers and sisters, and all who belong to them, and that you will save us from death.
Our lives for your lives. If you don't tell what we are doing, we will treat you kindly and faithfully when the Lord gives us the land.
So she let them down by a rope through the window, for the house she lived in was part of the city wall. Now she had said to them,
Go to the hills so the pursuers will not find you. Hide yourselves there 3 days until they return, and then go on your way.
The men said to her,
This oath you made us swear will not be binding on us unless, when we enter the land, you have tied this scarlet cord in the window through which you let us down, and unless you have brought your father and mother, your brothers, and all your family into your house. If anyone goes outside your house into the street, his blood will be on his own head. We will not be responsible. As for anyone who is in the house with you, his blood will be on our head if a hand is laid on him. But if you tell what we are doing, we will be released from the oath you made us swear.
Agreed. Let it be as you say.
So she sent them away and they departed. And she tied the scarlet cord in the window. When they left, they went into the hills and stayed there 3 days, until the pursuers had searched all along the road and returned without finding them. Then the 2 men started back. They went down out of the hills, forded the river, and came to Joshua, son of Nun, and told him everything that had happened to them. They said to Joshua,
The Lord has surely given the whole land into our hands. All the people are melting in fear because of us.
the morning, Joshua and all the Israelites set out from Shittim and went to the Jordan, where they camped before crossing over. After 3 days, the officers went throughout the camp.
Hold up, I need a summary first. Summarize Joshua 8 chapters. It's about 20, 30 chapters. Chapter 1, Commissioning of Joshua. He's ready to the promised land after Moses' death. God promises to be with Joshua as he was with Moses, looking to be strong and courageous. Spies in Jericho crossing the Jordan. Memorial at Jiggle. Conquest of Jericho's preparation. Fall of Jericho. The sin of Achan. Take spoils from Jericho that were devoted to God, causing the Israelites to lose their battle against Ai. Who's Ai? Takes the spoils from Jericho that were devoted to God. Oh, Achan. Conquest divine. Joshua leads the Israelites to a successful ambush against Ai. The city is destroyed, and Joshua builds an altar to the Lord on Mount Ebal, offering sacrifices and reading the law of Moses. Gibeonite deception. People of Gibeon deceived Joshua into making a treaty by pretending to be travelers from a distant land. When their deception is revealed, Joshua honors the treaty but makes the Gibeon servants. Southern campaign. 5 kings of the Amorites unite and attack Gibeon for making a treaty with Israel. Joshua comes to their defense, and with God's help, the Israelites defeat Amorite coalition. The sun stands still in the sky during the battle to allow the Israelites to complete their victory. Northern campaign. Joshua defeats the kings. List of defeated kings. Division of the land. Caleb's inheritance. Inheritance of Judah. Inheritance. Remaining land divided. Inheritance of the remaining tribes. City refuge. The Levitical cities. 45 cities are given to the Levites as their inheritance, including the cities of refuge. The eastern tribes return. Joshua's farewell. Remain faithful to God and obey his commandments. He warns not to be covenant with the remaining nations or adopt their practices. Covenant renewal at Sechem.
And when
giving orders to the people.
When you see the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord your God and the priests, who are Levites, carrying it, you are to move out from your positions and follow it. Then you will know which way to go, since you have never been this way before. But keep a distance of about 1,000 yards between you and the Ark. Do not go near it.
Joshua told the people,
Consecrate yourselves, for tomorrow the Lord will do amazing things among you.
Joshua said to the priests,
Take up the Ark of the Covenant and pass on ahead of the people.
So they took it up and went ahead of them. And the Lord said to Joshua,
Today I will begin to exalt you in the eyes of all Israel, so they may know that I am with you as I was with Moses. Tell the priests who carry the Ark of the Covenant, when you reach the edge of the Jordan's waters, go and stand in the river.
Joshua said to the Israelites,
Come here and listen to the words of the Lord your God. This is how you will know that the living God is among you, and that he will certainly drive out before you the Canaanites, Hittites, Hivites, Perizzites, Girgashites, Amorites, and Jebusites. See, the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord of all the earth will go into the Jordan ahead of you. Now then, choose 12 men from the tribes of Israel, 1 from each tribe. And as soon as the priests who carry the Ark of the Lord of all the earth, set foot in the Jordan, its waters flowing downstream will be cut off and stand up in a heap.
Is that
when the
Joshua?
people broke camp to cross the Jordan, the priests carrying the Ark of the Covenant went ahead of them. Now the Jordan is at flood stage all during harvest. Yet as soon as the priests who carried the ark reached the Jordan and their feet touched the water's edge, the water from upstream stopped flowing. It piled up in a heap a great distance away, at a town called Adam in the vicinity of Zarethan.
He's doing the
water
Moses.
flowing down to the Sea of the Arabah, the Salt Sea, was completely cut off.
He's doing the
So the
Moses.
people crossed over opposite
Hey, yo.
Jericho. The priests who carried the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord stood firm on dry ground in the middle of the Jordan, while all Israel passed by until the whole nation had completed the crossing on dry ground.
He did the Moses. Is this the dead internet theory? Is anyone going to mention Moses? He literally just did the Moses, but nobody mentions it.
And from among the
crossing the Jordan. When the whole nation had finished crossing the Jordan, the Lord said to Joshua,
choose 12 men from among the people, one from each tribe, and tell them to take up 12 stones from the middle of the Jordan, from right where the priest stood, and to carry them over with you and put them down at the place where you stay tonight.
So Joshua called together the 12 men he had appointed from the Israelites, one from each tribe, and said to them,
Go over before the ark of the Lord your God into the middle of the Jordan. Each of you is to take up a stone on his shoulder according to the number of the tribes of the Israelites to serve as a sign among you. In the future, when your children ask you, what do these stones mean? Tell them that the flow of the Jordan was cut off before the ark of the covenant of the Lord. When it crossed the Jordan, the waters of the Jordan were cut off. These stones are to be a memorial to the people of Israel forever.
So the Israelites did as Joshua commanded them. They took 12 stones from the middle of the Jordan according to the number of the tribes of the Israelites, as the Lord had told Joshua. And they carried them over with them to their camp, where they put them down. Joshua set up the 12 stones that had been in the middle of the Jordan at the spot where the priests who carried the Ark of the Covenant had stood. And they are there to this day. Now the priests who
What'd you say?
And they are there to the spot where the priests who carried the Ark of the Covenant had stood. And they are there to
They're
this
still
day.
there too today? Is
Now
anyone
the
going to go and
priests
find
who
it?
carried the ark remained standing in the middle of the Jordan until everything the Lord had commanded Joshua was done by the people, just as Moses had directed Joshua. The people hurried over, and as soon as all of them had crossed, the ark of the Lord and the priests came to the other side while the people watched. The men of Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh crossed over, armed, in front of the Israelites, as Moses had directed them. About 40,000 armed for battle crossed over before the Lord to the plains of Jericho for war. That day, the Lord exalted Joshua in the sight of all Israel, and they revered him all the days of his life, just as they had revered Moses. Then the Lord said to Joshua,
Command the priest carrying the Ark of the Testimony to come up out of the Jordan.
Wait a minute. It should be about 50 years from here, right? Jordan. Where the fuck is Jordan? Right here somewhere? This is 1150.
So Joshua commanded the priests,
Come up out of the Jordan!
And the priests came up out of the river carrying the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord. No sooner had they set their feet on the dry ground than the waters of the Jordan returned to their place and ran at flood stage as before. On the 10th day of the first month, the people went up from the Jordan and camped at Gilgal on the eastern border of Jericho. And Joshua set up at Gilgal the 12 stones they had taken out of the Jordan. He said to the Israelites,
In the future, when your descendants ask their fathers, what do these stones mean? Tell them, Israel crossed the Jordan on dry ground. For the Lord your God dried up the Jordan before you until you had crossed over. The Lord your God did to the Jordan just what he had done to the Red Sea when he dried it up before us until we had crossed over. He did this so that all the peoples of the earth might know that the hand of the Lord is powerful, and so that you might always fear the Lord your God.
Alright, part 5.
Joshua, chapter 5. The Amorite kings west of the Jordan River and the Canaanite kings along the Mediterranean Sea lost their courage and their will to fight when they heard how the Lord had dried up the Jordan River to let Israel go across. While Israel was camped at Gilgal, the Lord said,
Joshua, make some flint knives and circumcise the rest of the Israelite men and boys.
Joshua made the knives, then circumcised those men and boys at Haaraloth Hill. This had to be done because none of Israel's baby boys had been circumcised during the 40 years that Israel had wandered through the desert after leaving Egypt. And why had they wandered for 40 years? It was because right after they left Egypt, the men in the army had disobeyed the Lord. And the Lord had said,
None of you men will ever live to see the land that I promised Israel.
Yeah, they
It's a
mentioned
land
this
rich
in
with milk and honey,
Exodus.
and someday your children will live
Leviticus.
there. But not before you die
Or Numbers?
here in the desert.
I forgot.
Everyone who had been circumcised needed time to heal, and they stayed in camp. The Lord told Joshua,
It was a disgrace for my people to be slaves in Egypt, but now I have taken away that disgrace.
So the Israelites named the place Gilgal, and it still has that name. Israel continued to camp at Gilgal in the desert near Jericho, and on the 14th day of the same month, they celebrated Passover. The next day, God stopped sending the Israelites manna to eat each morning, and they started eating food grown in the land of Canaan. They ate roasted grain and thin bread made of the barley they had gathered from nearby fields. One day, Joshua was near Jericho when he saw a man standing some distance in front of him. The man was holding a sword, so Joshua walked up to him and asked,
Are you on our side or on our enemy's side?
Neither,
he answered.
I am here because I am the commander of the Lord's army.
Joshua fell to his knees and bowed down to the ground.
I am your servant,
he said.
Tell me what to do.
Take off your sandals,
the commander answered.
This is a holy place.
So Joshua took off his sandals.
And there's a verse 6.
Now Jericho was tightly shut up because of the Israelites. No one went out, and no one came in. Then the Lord said to Joshua,
See, I have delivered Jericho into your hands, along with its king and its fighting men. March around the city once with all the armed men. Do this for 6 days. Have 7 priests carry trumpets of ram's horns in front of the ark. On the 7th day, march around the city 7 times with the priest blowing the trumpets. When you hear them sound a long blast on the trumpets, have all the people give a loud shout. Then the wall of the city will collapse and the people will go up, every man straight in.
So Joshua son of Nun called the priests and said to them,
Take up the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord, and have 7 priests carry trumpets in front of it.
And he ordered the people,
Advance! March around the city with the armed guard going ahead of the Ark of the Lord.
Alright, so what are they doing right now? Crossing the Jordan. What are they doing? They serve 12 stones. Oh, commission of Joshua into the promised land after Moses' death. God promises to be with Joshua as he was with Moses. They're hidden in Rab, prostitutes protected. In return, she is promised safety for her family when the Israelites invade Jericho. Okay, still they're invading Jericho. Why are they invading? Divine command, historical context, conventional promise, fulfillment. God's promise to Abraham. So they just want to expand, right? They just want to expand.
To the people, the 7 priests carrying the 7 trumpets before the Lord went forward, blowing their trumpets. The Ark of the Lord's covenant followed them. The armed guard marched ahead of the priests who blew the trumpets, and the rear guard followed the ark. All this time the trumpets were sounding, but Joshua had commanded the people,
Do not give a war cry. Do not raise your voices. Do not say a word until the day I tell you to shout. Then shout.
So he had the Ark of the Lord carried around the city, circling it once. Then the people returned to camp and spent the night there. Joshua got up early the next morning, and the priests took up the Ark.
I want to know if this is a real thing. Jericho. A city in West Bank. Right there? It's to the southern side. You said there's a fall of Jericho? What's the year? 14, I doubt it. According to the Bible, I don't think it's 1400. What year did Jericho fall? It's not 1400 BC. Did they not have records? Does Jericho keep records? Historical records? Does not have historical. So we'll never know. We're never going to know.
Of the Lord. The 7 priests carrying the 7 trumpets went forward, marching before the ark of the Lord and blowing the trumpets. The armed men went ahead of them, and the rear guard followed the ark of the Lord, while the trumpets kept sounding. So on the 2nd day they marched around the city once and returned to the camp.
Let me see, Jericho. Now, is a modern city. Does it have that wall around it? Where's the wall? That's the wall? Ancient city filled with secrets.
They did this for 6 days.
It does not
On
look
the
like
7th
that.
day, they got up at daybreak.
It looks like this at
marched
best.
around the city 7 times in the same manner, except that on that day they circled the city 7 times. The 7th time around, when the priests sounded the trumpet blast, Joshua commanded the people,
Shout, for the Lord has given you the city. The city and all that is in it are to be devoted to the Lord. Only Rahab the prostitute and all who are with her in her house shall be spared, because she hid the spies we sent. But keep away from the devoted things, so that you will not bring about your own destruction by taking any of them.
This is pure
Otherwise,
evil, man.
You will make the camp of Israel
What did that
liable
city do to
destruction
you?
and bring trouble on it. All the silver and gold and the articles of bronze and iron are sacred to the Lord and must go into his treasury.
when the trumpet sounded, the people shouted. And at the sound of the trumpet, when the people gave a loud shout, the wall collapsed. So every man charged straight in, and they took the city. They devoted the city to the Lord and destroyed with the sword every living thing in it, men and women, young and old, cattle, sheep, and donkeys.
This is the Israels wiping out a city.
Joshua said to the 2 men who had spied out the land,
That's pretty evil,
Go
man.
into the prostitute's house and bring her out and all who belong to her in accordance with your oath to her.
So the young men who had done the spying went in and brought out Rahab, her father and mother and brothers, and all who belonged to her. They brought out her entire family and put them in a place outside the camp of Israel. Then they burned the whole city and everything in it. But they put the
They
silver
burned the
and
city.
gold and
The
articles of
Jews
bronze
burned
and
the
iron
city.
into the treasury of the Lord's house. But Joshua spared Rahab the prostitute, with her family and all who belonged to her, because she hid the men Joshua had sent as spies to Jericho. And she lives among the Israelites to this day. At that time, Joshua pronounced this solemn oath.
Cursed before the Lord is the man who undertakes to rebuild this city, Jericho. At the cost of his firstborn son will he lay its foundations. At the cost of his youngest will he set up its gates.
So the Lord was with Joshua, and his fame spread throughout the land.
Achan sin. And the army is defeated at Ai.
Devoted thing. But the Israelites acted unfaithfully in regard to the devoted things. Achan, son of Carmi, the son of Zimri, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took some of them.
Tribe of Judah.
So the Lord's anger burned against Israel. Now Joshua sent
Why not
men
just
from
punish
Jericho
him?
to Ai, which is near Beth-aven, to the east of Bethel, and told them,
Go up and spy out the region.
So the men went up and spied out Ai. When they returned to Joshua, they said,
Not all the people will have to go up against Ai. Send 2,000 or 3,000 men to take it, and do not weary all the people, for only a few men are there.
So about 3,000 men went up, but they were routed by the men of Ai, who killed about 36 of them. They chased the Israelites from the city.
You know what
gate and
happened?
followed the
Jericho people told the Ai people.
Stone quarries and struck them down on the slopes. At this, the hearts of the people melted and became like water. Then Joshua tore his clothes and fell face down to the ground before the ark of the Lord, remaining there till evening. The elders of Israel did the same and sprinkled dust on their heads. And Joshua said,
He's going around conquering
Sovereign Lord,
cities.
why did you ever bring this people across the Jordan to deliver us into the hands of the Amorites?
Why are
to
you blaming
destroy us?
God?
If only we had been content to stay on the other side of the Jordan. Oh Lord, what can I say now that Israel has been routed by its enemies? The Canaanites and the other people of the country will hear about this, and they will surround us and wipe out our name from the earth. What then will you do for your own great name?
The Lord said to Joshua,
Stand up. What are you doing down on your face? Israel has sinned. They have violated my covenant, which I commanded them to keep.
It ain't me, it's you.
They have taken some of the devoted things. They have stolen. They have lied.
He found a scapegoat, that's what he's saying. He lost the battle, and they found a scapegoat.
They turn their backs and run because they have been made liable to destruction.
Alright, so this chapter is about... or this book, rather, is about Joshua's conquest.
I will not be with you
To
anymore unless you destroy whatever among you is devoted to
expand
destruction. Go,
the land
consecrate the people.
of Israel.
Tell them, consecrate yourselves in preparation for tomorrow. For this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. That which is devoted is among you, O Israel. You cannot stand against your enemies until you remove it. In the morning, present yourselves tribe by tribe. The tribe that the Lord takes shall come forward, clan by clan. The clan that the Lord takes shall come forward, family by family. And the family that the Lord takes shall come forward, man by man. He who is caught with a devoted thing shall be destroyed by fire, along with all that belongs to him. He has violated the covenant of the Lord and has done a disgraceful thing in Israel.
Early the next morning, Joshua had Israel come forward by tribes, and Judah was taken. The clans of Judah came forward, and he took the Zerahites. He had the clan of the Zerahites come forward by families, and Zimri was taken. Joshua had his family come forward, man by man, and Achan, son of Carmi, the son of Zimri, the son of Zerah of the tribe of Judah, was taken. Then Joshua said to Achan,
My son, give glory to the Lord, the God of Israel, and give him the praise. Tell me what you have done. Do not hide it from me.
Achan replied,
It is true. I have sinned against the Lord, the God of Israel. This is what I have done. When I saw in the plunder a beautiful robe from Babylonia, 200 shekels of silver and a wedge of gold weighing 50 shekels, I coveted them and took them. They are hidden in the ground inside my tent with the silver underneath.
So Joshua sent messengers.
He found a scapegoat.
They ran to the tent. There it was,
That's the scapegoat.
hidden in his tent with the silver underneath. They took the things from the tent, brought them to Joshua and all the Israelites, and spread them out before the Lord. Then Joshua, together with
Okay,
all
so when you put that offering on the table, where does it actually go? Like, it doesn't just disappear, right? So where does it go?
Israel, took Achan, son of Zerah, the silver, the robe, the gold wedge, his sons and daughters, his cattle, donkeys, and sheep, his tent, and all that he had, to the valley of Achor. Joshua said,
Why have you brought this trouble on us? The Lord will bring trouble on you today.
Then all Israel stoned him. And after they had stoned the rest, they burned them. Over Achan they heaped up a large pile of rocks, which remains to this day. Then the Lord turned from his fierce anger. Therefore that place has been called the Valley of Achor ever since.
Valley of Achor, let me see. Does it still exist? Guess not. Joshua 8.
Then the Lord said to Joshua,
Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. Take the whole army with you and go up and attack Ai.
Again.
For I have delivered into your hands the king of Ai, his people, his city, and his land. You shall do to Ai and its king as you did to Jericho and its king, except that you may carry off their plunder and livestock for yourselves. Set an ambush behind the city.
So Joshua and the whole army moved out to attack Ai. He chose 30,000 of his best fighting men and sent them out at night with these orders.
Listen carefully. You are to set an ambush behind the city. Don't go very far from it. All of you be on the alert. I and all those with me will advance on the city. And when the men come out against us, as they did before, we will flee from them. They will pursue us until we have lured them away from the city. For they will say, they are running away from us as they did before. So when we flee from them, you are to rise up from ambush and take the city. The Lord your God will give it into your hand. When you have taken the city, set it on fire. Do what the Lord has commanded. See to it. You have my orders.
Then Joshua sent them off, and they went to the place of ambush and lay in wait between Bethel and Ai to the west of Ai. But Joshua spent that night with the people. Early the next morning, Joshua mustered his men. He and the leaders of Israel marched before them to Ai. The entire force that was with him marched up and approached the city and arrived in front of it. They set up camp north of Ai, with a valley between them and the city. Joshua had taken about 5,000 men and set them in ambush between Bethel and Ai to the west of the city. They had the soldiers take up their positions, all those in the camp to the north of the city and the ambush to the west of it. That night, Joshua went into the valley. When the king of Ai saw this, he and all the men of the city hurried out early in the morning to meet Israel in battle at a certain place overlooking the Arabah.
You're not gonna win with that.
He did not know that an ambush had been set against him.
They put a fucking frying pan on their heads.
Joshua and all Israel let themselves be driven back before them, and they fled toward the desert. All the men of Ai were called to pursue them, and they pursued Joshua and were lured away from the city. Not a man remained in Ai or Bethel who did not go after Israel. They left the city open and went in pursuit of Israel. Then the Lord said to Joshua,
Hold out toward Ai the javelin that is in your hand, for into your hand I will deliver the city.
So Joshua held out his javelin toward Ai. As soon as he did this, the men in the ambush rose quickly from their position and rushed forward. They entered the city and captured it and quickly set it on fire. The men of Ai looked back and saw the smoke of the city rising against the sky. But they had no chance to escape in any direction, for the Israelites who had been fleeing toward the desert had turned back against their pursuers. For when Joshua and all Israel saw that the ambush had taken the city, and that smoke was going up from the city, they turned around and attacked the men of Ai. The men of the ambush also came out of the city against them, so that they were caught in the middle, with Israelites on both sides. Israel cut them down, leaving them neither survivors nor fugitives. But they took the king of Ai alive and brought him to Joshua. When Israel had finished killing all the men of Ai in the fields and in the
They
desert
killed
where they had
everyone?
chased them, and when every one of them had been put to the sword, all the
Is this your
Israelites
God?
returned to Ai and killed those who were in it. 12,000 men and women fell that day, all the people of Ai. For Joshua did not draw back the hand that held out his javelin until he had destroyed all who lived in Ai.
Wow, these
But
are
Israel did
savages.
carry off for themselves
Israel.
the livestock and plunder of this city, as the Lord had instructed Joshua. So Joshua burned Ai and made it a permanent heap of ruins, a desolate place to this day. He hung the king of Ai on a tree and left him
Holy
there
shit.
until evening. At sunset, Joshua ordered them to take his body from the tree and throw it down at the entrance of the city gate.
Holy shit,
They
man.
raised a large pile of rocks over it, which remains to this day. Then Joshua built on Mount Ebal an altar to the Lord.
This
the
God
of
is
Israel,
evil.
as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded the Israelites. He built it according to what is written in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of uncut stones, on which no iron tool had been used. On it they offered to the Lord burnt offerings and sacrificed fellowship offerings. There, in the presence of the Israelites, Joshua copied on stones the law of Moses, which he had written. All Israel, aliens and citizens alike, with their elders, officials, and judges, were standing on both sides of the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord, facing those who carried it, the priests who were Levites. Half of the people stood in front of Mount Gerizim, and half of them in front of Mount Ebal, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had formerly commanded when he gave instructions to bless the people of Israel. Afterward, Joshua read all the words of the law, the blessings and the curses, just as it is written in the book of the law. There was not a word of all that Moses had commanded that Joshua did not read to the whole assembly of Israel, including the women and children, and the aliens who lived among them. Now when all the kings west of the Jordan heard about these things, those in the hill country, in the western foothills, and along the entire coast of the Great Sea as far as Lebanon, the kings of the Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites, they came together to make war against Joshua and Israel.
Yeah,
However,
no shit.
When the people of Gibeon heard what Joshua had done to Jericho and Ai, they resorted to a ruse. They went as a delegation whose donkeys were loaded with worn-out sacks and old wineskins, cracked and mended. The men put worn and patched sandals on their feet and wore old clothes. All the bread of their food supply was dry and moldy. Then they went to Joshua in the camp at Gilgal and said to him and the men of Israel,
"We have come from a distant country. Make a treaty with us."
The men of Israel said to the Hivites,
"But perhaps you live near us. How then can we make a treaty with you?"
"We are your servants,"
they said to Joshua. But Joshua asked,
"Who are you, and where do you come from?"
"Your servants have come from a very distant country because of the fame of the Lord your God. For we have heard reports of him, all that he did in Egypt, and all that he did to the 2 kings of the Amorites east of the Jordan,
Cunning of the Gibeonites.
Sihon, king of Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, who reigned in Ashtaroth. And our elders and all those living in our country said to us, 'Take provisions for your journey. Go and meet them and say to them, "We are your servants. Make a treaty with us." This bread of ours was warm when we packed it at home on the day we left to come to you. But now see how dry and moldy it is, and these wineskins that we filled were new. But see how cracked they are, and our clothes and sandals are worn out by the very long journey."
The men of Israel sampled their provisions, but did not inquire of the Lord. Then Joshua made a treaty of peace with them to let them live, and the leaders of the assembly ratified it by oath. 3 days after they made the treaty with the Gibeonites, the Israelites heard that they were neighbors living near them. So the Israelites set out and on the 3rd day came to their cities, Gibeon, Kephirah, Beeroth, and Kiriath Jearim. But the Israelites did not attack them, because the leaders of the assembly had sworn an oath to them by the Lord, the God of Israel. The whole assembly grumbled against the leaders, but all the leaders answered,
"We have given them our oath by the Lord, the God of Israel, and we cannot touch them now. This is what we will do to them. We will let them live, so that wrath will not fall on us for breaking the oath we swore to them. Let them live, but let them be woodcutters and water carriers for the entire community."
So the leaders' promise to them was kept. Then Joshua summoned the Gibeonites and said,
"Why did you deceive us by saying, 'We live a long way from you,' while actually you live near us? You are now under a curse. You will never cease to serve as woodcutters and water carriers for the house of my God."
Your servants were clearly told how the Lord your God had commanded his servant Moses to give you the whole land and to wipe out all its inhabitants from before you. So we feared for our lives because of you, and that is why we did this. We are now in your hands. Do to us whatever seems good and right to you."
So Joshua saved them from the Israelites, and they did not kill them. That day, he made the Gibeonites woodcutters and water carriers for the community and for the altar of the Lord at the place the Lord would choose. And that is what they are to this day.
That's it. 9. There's no 10. It ends at 9.
Joshua chapter 10. King Adonizedek of Jerusalem heard that Joshua had captured and destroyed the town of Ai, and then killed its king as he had done at Jericho. He also learned that the Gibeonites had signed a peace treaty with Israel. This frightened Adonizedek and his people. They knew that Gibeon was a large town, as big as the towns that had kings, and even bigger than the town of Ai had been. And all of the men of Gibeon were warriors. So Adonizedek sent messages to the kings of 4 other towns: King Hoham of Hebron, King Piram of Jarmuth, King Japhiah of Lachish, and King Deber of Eglon. The messages said,
"The Gibeonites have signed a peace treaty with Joshua and the Israelites. Come and help me attack Gibeon."
When these 5 Amorite kings called their armies together and attacked Gibeon, the Gibeonites sent a message to the Israelite camp at Gilgal.
"Joshua, please come and rescue us. The Amorite kings from the hill country have joined together and are attacking us. We are your servants, so don't let us down. Please hurry."
Joshua and his army, including his best warriors, left Gilgal.
"Joshua,"
the Lord said,
"don't be afraid of the Amorites. They will run away when you attack, and I will help you defeat them."
Joshua marched all night from Gilgal to Gibeon and made a surprise attack on the Amorite camp. The Lord made the enemy panic, and the Israelites started killing them right and left. They chased the Amorite troops up the road to Beth Horon and kept on killing them until they reached the towns of Azekah and Makkedah. And while these troops were going down through Beth Horon Pass, the Lord made huge hailstones fall on them all the way to Azekah. More of the enemy soldiers died from the hail than from the Israelite weapons. The Lord was helping the Israelites defeat the Amorites that day. So about noon, Joshua prayed to the Lord loud enough for the Israelites to hear.
"Our Lord, make the sun stop in the sky over Gibeon, and the moon stand still over Ajalon Valley."
So the sun and the moon stopped and stood still until Israel defeated its enemies. This poem can be found in the book of Jasher. The sun stood still and didn't go down for about a whole day. Never before and never since has the Lord done anything like that for someone who prayed. The Lord was really fighting for Israel. After the battle, Joshua and the Israelites went back to their camp at Gilgal. While the enemy soldiers were running from the Israelites, the 5 enemy kings ran away and hid in a cave near Makkedah. Joshua's soldiers told him,
"The 5 kings have been found in a cave near Makkedah."
Joshua answered,
"Roll some big stones over the mouth of the cave and leave a few soldiers to guard it. But you and everyone else must keep after the enemy troops, because they will be safe if they reach their walled towns. Don't let them get away. The Lord our God is helping us get rid of them."
So Joshua and the Israelites almost wiped out the enemy soldiers. Only a few safely reached their walled towns. The Israelite army returned to their camp at Makkedah, where Joshua was waiting for them. No one around there dared say anything bad about the Israelites. Joshua told his soldiers,
"Now, move the rocks from the entrance to the cave and bring those 5 kings to me."
The soldiers opened the entrance to the cave and brought out the kings of Jerusalem, Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, and Eglon. After Joshua had called the army together, he forced the 5 kings to lie down on the ground. Then he called his officers forward and told them,
"You fought these kings along with me, so put your feet on their necks."
The officers did, and Joshua continued,
"Don't ever be afraid or discouraged. Be brave and strong. This is what the Lord will do to all your enemies."
Joshua killed the 5 kings and told his men to hang each body on a tree. Then at sunset, he told some of his troops,
"Take the bodies down and throw them into the cave where the kings were found. Cover the entrance to the cave with big rocks."
Joshua's troops obeyed his orders, and those rocks are still there. Later that day, Joshua captured Makkedah and killed its king and everyone else in the town, just as he had done at Jericho. Joshua and his army left Makkedah and attacked the town of Libnah. The Lord let them capture the town and its king, and they killed the king and everyone else, just as they had done at Jericho. Joshua then led his army to Lachish, and they set up camp around the town. They attacked, and the next day the Lord let them capture the town. They killed everyone, as they had done at Libnah. King Horam of Gezer arrived to help Lachish, but Joshua and his troops attacked and destroyed him and his army. From Lachish, Joshua took his troops to Eglon, where they set up camp surrounding the town. They attacked, captured it that same day, then killed everyone as they had done at Lachish. Joshua and his army left Eglon and attacked Hebron. They captured the town and the nearby villages, then killed everyone, including the king. They destroyed Hebron in the same way they had destroyed Eglon. Joshua and the Israelite army turned and attacked Debir. They captured the town and its nearby villages. Then they destroyed Debir and killed its king, together with everyone else, just as they had done with Hebron and Libnah. Joshua captured
Are
towns
these the good
everywhere in
guys?
the land,
I don't know.
in the central hill country and the foothills in the west, in the southern desert, and the region that slopes down toward the Dead Sea. Whenever he captured a town, he would kill the king and everyone else as the Lord God of Israel had commanded. Joshua wiped out towns from Kadesh Barnea to Gaza, everywhere in the region of Goshen, and as far north as Gibeon. The Lord fought on Israel's side, so Joshua and the Israelite army were able to capture these kings and take their land. They fought one battle after another. Then they went back to their camp at Gilgal after capturing all that land. Joshua, chapter 11. King Jabin of Hazor heard about Joshua's victories, so he sent messages to many nearby kings and asked them to join him in fighting Israel. He sent these messages to King Jobab of Madon, the kings of Shimron and Akshaph, the kings in the northern hill country and in the Jordan River valley south of Lake Galilee, and the kings in the foothills and in the Napheth Dor to the west. He sent messages to the Canaanite kings in the east and the west, to the Amorite, Hittite, Perizzite, and Jebusite kings in the hill country, and to the Hivite kings in the region of Mizpah, near the foot of Mount Hermon. The kings and their armies went to Merom Pond, where they set up camp and got ready to fight Israel. It seemed as though there were more soldiers and horses and chariots than there are grains of sand on the beach. The Lord told Joshua,
"Don't let them frighten you. I'll help you defeat them, and by this time tomorrow they will be dead. When you attack, the first thing you have to do is to cripple their horses. Then, after the battle is over, burn their chariots."
Joshua and his army made a surprise attack against the enemy camp at Merom Pond and crippled the enemy's horses. Joshua followed the Lord's instructions, and the Lord helped Israel defeat the enemy. The Israelite army even chased enemy soldiers as far as Misrephoth Maim to the northwest, the city of Sidon to the north, and Mizpah Valley to the northeast. None of the enemy soldiers escaped alive. The Israelites came back after the battle and burned the enemy's chariots. Up to this time, the king of Hazor had controlled the kingdoms that had joined together to attack Israel, so Joshua led his army back and captured Hazor. They killed its king and everyone else, then they set the town on fire. Joshua captured all the towns where the enemy kings had ruled. These towns were built on small hills, and Joshua did not set fire to any of these towns except Hazor. The Israelites kept the animals and everything of value from these towns, but they killed everyone who lived in them, including their kings. That's what the Lord had told his servant Moses to do. That's what Moses had told Joshua to do, and that's exactly what Joshua did. Joshua and his army took control of the northern and southern hill country, the foothills to the west, the southern desert, the whole region of Goshen and the Jordan River Valley. They took control of the land from Mount Halak near the country of Edom in the south to Baal-Gad in Lebanon Valley at the foot of Mount Hermon in the north. Joshua and his army were at war with the kings in this region for a long time, but finally they captured and put to death the last king. The Lord had told Moses that he wanted the towns in this region destroyed and their people killed without mercy. That's why the Lord made the people in the town stubborn and determined to fight Israel. The only town that signed a peace treaty with Israel was the Hivite town of Gibeon. The Israelite army captured the rest of the towns in battle. During this same time, Joshua and his army killed the Anakim from the northern and southern hill country. They also destroyed the towns where the Anakim had lived, including Hebron, Debir, and Anab. There were not any Anakim left in the regions where the Israelites lived, although there were still some in Gaza, Gath, and Ashdod. That's how Joshua captured the land, just as the Lord had commanded Moses, and Joshua divided it up among the tribes. Finally, there was peace in the land.
Really?
Joshua,
There was peace?
chapter 12. Before Moses died, he and the people of Israel had defeated 2 kings east of the Jordan River. These kings had ruled the region from the Arnon River Gorge in the south to Mount Hermon in the north, including the eastern side of the Jordan River Valley. The first king that Moses and the Israelites defeated was an Amorite, King Sihon of Heshbon. The southern border of his kingdom ran down the middle of the Arnon River Gorge, taking in the town of Aroer on the northern edge of the gorge. The Jabbok River separated Sihon's kingdom from the Ammonites on the east. Then the Jabbok turned west and became his northern border, so his kingdom included the southern half of the region of Gilead. Sihon also controlled the eastern side of the Jordan River Valley, from Lake Galilee south to Beth Jeshimoth and the Dead Sea. In addition to these regions, he ruled the town called Slopes of Mount Pisgah, and the land south of there at the foot of the hill. Next, Moses and the Israelites defeated King Og of Bashan, who lived in the town of Ashtaroth part of each year and in Edrei the rest of the year. Og was one of the last of the Rapha. His kingdom stretched north to Mount Hermon.
This is the same God that created Adam and Eve.
And included the land of Bashan as far west as the borders of the kingdoms of Geshur and Maacah. He also ruled the northern half of Gilead. Moses, the Lord's servant, had led the people of Israel in
God
defeating
thing is
Sihon
more of a
and Og.
propaganda.
Then Moses gave their land to the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and East Manasseh. Later, Joshua
Like
and
it's
the
a
Israelites
country that tries to
defeated
keep
many
itself
kings
together
west of the
by
Jordan River,
claiming everything
from
they do is
Baal-Gad
for
and the
God.
Lebanon Valley in the north to Mount Helak near the country of Edom in the south. This region included the hill country and the foothills, the Jordan River Valley and its western slopes, and the southern desert. Joshua and the Israelites took this land from the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Joshua divided up the land among the tribes of Israel. The Israelites defeated the kings of the following towns west of the Jordan River: Jericho, Ai near Bethel, Jerusalem, Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, Eglon, Gezer, Deber, Geder, Hormah, Arad, Libnah, Adullam, Makkedah, Bethel, Tappuah,
Yeah, we're not
Hefer,
memorizing
Aphek,
any of that.
Lasharon, Madon, Hazor, Shimron, Miron, Akshaph, Taanach, Megiddo, Kedesh, Jokneam
They just
on Mount
killed
Carmel,
31 kings.
Dor and Naphath Dor, Goyim in Galilee, and Tirzah. There were 31 of these kings in all.
Joshua just killed 31 kings.
Joshua,
and,
chapter
and
13.
killed like 1 million people.
Many years later, the Lord told Joshua,
And
Now
God's
you
super
are very
happy
old.
about this.
But there is still a lot of land that Israel has not yet taken.
First, there is the
They're going
Canaanite
on a
territory
conquest
that
mission.
starts at the Shihor River, just east of Egypt, and goes north to Ekron. The southern part of this region belongs to the Avites and the Geshurites, and the land around Gaza, Ashdod, Ashkelon, Gath, and Ekron, belongs to the 5 Philistine rulers. The other Canaanite territory is in the north. Its northern border starts at the town of Ara, which belongs to the Sidonians. From there, it goes to Aphek, then along the Amorite border to Hamath Pass.
Is this not
The
an
eastern
evil
border
empire?
starts at Hamath Pass and goes south to Baal-Gad at the foot of Mount Hermon, and its southern boundary runs west from there to
The
Misrephoth
threshold
Maim.
for good and evil is
This
very
northern
low.
region includes the Lebanon Mountains and the land that belongs to the Gebalites and the Sidonians, who live in the hill country from the Lebanon Mountains to Misrephoth Maim. With my help, Israel will capture these Canaanite territories and force out the people who live there. But you must divide up the land from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea among the 9 tribes and the half of Manasseh that don't have any land yet. Then each tribe will have its own land. Moses had already given land east of the Jordan River to the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and half of Manasseh. This region stretched north from the town in the middle of the Arnon River Valley and included the town of Aroer on the northern edge of the valley. It covered the flatlands of Medeba north of Dibon and took in the towns that had belonged to Sihon, the Amorite king of Heshbon. Some of these towns were as far east as the Ammonite border. Geshur and Maacah were part of this region, and so was the whole territory that King Og had ruled, that is, Gilead, Mount Hermon, and all of Bashan as far east as Salecah. Og had lived in Ashtaroth part of each year, and he had lived in Edrei the rest of the year. Og had been one of the last of the Rapha, but Moses had defeated Sihon and Og and their people, and had forced them to leave their land. However, the Israelites did not force the people of Geshur and Maacah to leave, and they still lived there among the Israelites. Moses did not give any land to the Levi tribe, because the Lord God of Israel had told them,
Instead of land, you will receive the sacrifices offered at my altar.
Moses gave land to each of the clans in the Reuben tribe. Their land started in the south, at the town in the middle of the Arnon River Valley, took in the town of Aroer on the northern edge of the valley, and went as far north as the flatlands around Medeba. The Amorite king Sihon had lived in Heshbon, and had ruled the towns in the flatlands. Now Heshbon belonged to Reuben, and so did the following towns in the flatlands: Dibon, Bamoth Baal, Beth Baal Meon, Jahaz, Kedemoth, Mephaath, Kiriathaim, Sibmah, Zerah-Shahar on the hill in the valley, Beth Peor, slopes of Mount Pisgah, and Beth Jeshimoth. Moses defeated Sihon and killed him and the Midianite chiefs who ruled parts of his kingdom for him. Their names were Evi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba. The Israelites also killed Balaam the son of Beor, who had been a fortune teller. This region with its towns and villages was the land for the Reuben tribe, and the Jordan River was its western border. Moses also gave land to each of the clans in the Gad tribe. It included the town of Jazer, and in the Gilead region their territory took in the land and towns as far east as the town of Aroer, just west of Rabbah. This was about half of the land that had once belonged to the Ammonites. The land given to Gad stretched from Heshbon in the south to Ramoth Mizpah and Betonim in the north, and even further north to Mahanaim and Lidaber. Gad also received the eastern half of the Jordan River Valley, which had been ruled by King Sihon of Heshbon. This territory stretched as far north as Lake Galilee, and included the towns of Beth Haram, Beth Nimrah, Succoth, and Zaphon. These regions with their towns and villages were given to the Gad tribe. Moses gave land east of the Jordan River to half of the clans from the Manasseh tribe. Their land started at Mahanaim and took in the region that King Og of Bashan had ruled, including Ashtaroth and Edrei, the two towns where he had lived. The villages where the Jair clan settled were part of Manasseh's land, and so was the northern half of the region of Gilead. The clans of this half of Manasseh had 60 towns in all. The Manasseh tribe is sometimes called the Makir tribe, after Manasseh's son Makir. That was how Moses divided up the Moab plains to the east of Jericho on the other side of the Jordan River, so these 2.5 tribes would have land of their own. But Moses did not give any land to the Levite tribe, because the Lord had promised that he would always provide for them. Joshua chapter 14. 9.5 tribes still did not have any land, although 2.5 tribes had already received land east of the Jordan River. Moses had divided that land among them, and he had also said that the Levite tribe would not receive a large region like the other tribes. Instead, the people of Levi would receive towns and the nearby pastures for their sheep, goats, and cattle. And since the descendants of Joseph had become the 2 tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh, there were still 9.5 tribes that needed land. The Lord had told Moses that he would show those tribes how to divide up the land of Canaan. When the priest Eleazar, Joshua, and the leaders of the families and tribes of Israel met to divide up the land of Canaan, the Lord showed them how to do it. One day, while the Israelites were still camped at Gilgal, Caleb the son of Jephunneh went to talk with Joshua. Caleb belonged
How's
to
the
the
map looking
Kenaz
right
clan,
now?
and many other people from the Judah tribe went with Caleb. He told Joshua,
You know that back in Kadesh Barnea, the Lord talked to his prophet Moses about you and me. I was 40 years old at the time Moses sent me from Kadesh Barnea into Canaan as a spy. When I came back and told him about the land, everything I said was true. The other spies said things that made our people afraid, but I completely trusted the Lord God. The same day I came back, Moses told me, Since you were faithful to the Lord God, I promise that the places where you went as a spy will belong to you and your descendants forever. Joshua, it was 45 years ago that the Lord told Moses to make that promise, and now I'm 85. Even though Israel has moved from place to place in the desert, the Lord has kept me alive all this time, as he said he would. I'm just as strong today as I was then, and I can still fight as well in battle. So I'm asking you for the hill country that the Lord promised me that day. You were there. You heard the other spies talk about that part of the hill country and the large walled towns where the Anakim live. But maybe the Lord will help me take their land, just as he promised.
Joshua prayed that God would help Caleb. Then he gave Hebron to Caleb and his descendants. And Hebron still belongs to Caleb's descendants because he was faithful to the Lord God of Israel. Hebron used to be called Arba's town because Arba had been one of the greatest of the Anakim. There was peace in the land. Joshua chapter 15. The clans of the Judah tribe were given land that went south along the border of Edom, and at its farthest point south, it even reached the Zin Desert. Judah's southern border started at the south end of the Dead Sea. As it went west from there, it ran south of Scorpion Pass to Zin, and then came up from the south to Kadesh Barnea. It continued past Hezron, up to Adar, turned toward Karka, and ran along to Asmah. After that, it followed the Egyptian Gorge and ended at the Mediterranean Sea. This was also Israel's southern border. Judah's eastern border ran the full length of the Dead Sea. The northern border started at the northern end of the Dead Sea. From there, it went west up to Beth Hogla, continued north of Beth Araba, and went up to the monument of Bohan, who belonged to the Reuben tribe. From there,
I want to see like a picture of this.
Went to Trouble Valley and Deber.
Like a map would be nice. Is there like a map that shows me what they're doing? Joshua map expansion. A complete summary. All right. Now let's.
The book of Joshua. Let's back up and remember the story so far. So God chose Abraham, and then his family became the people of Israel, who are then enslaved down in Egypt. And so through Moses, God rescued Israel out of Egypt. He made a
From
covenant with them
Egypt.
at Mount Sinai, and he brought them through the wilderness. So Israel then camped outside the promised land, and Moses called them to obey God's commands so that they could show all the other nations what God is like. The book of Joshua picks up right after Moses has died, and Israel's ready to enter the land. So the story of Joshua is designed with four main movements. Joshua first leads Israel into the promised land, and then once they're there, they meet all this hostility from the Canaanites, and so they
It's not
engage them in
hostility.
battle.
You want to
Then
conquer
after
them.
their victories, Joshua divides up the promised land as the inheritance for the 12 tribes, and then the book concludes with these final speeches that Joshua gives to the people. So
He
let's
did a
dive in
lot
and
of
we'll
evil
see how
shit in the
all
middle.
flows
You're not
together.
mentioning any of
The
it.
first section begins with Moses' death, and Joshua is appointed as Israel's new leader. And the author intentionally presents Joshua as a new Moses. So like Moses, Joshua calls the people to obey the Torah, which means the covenant commands that they were given at Mount Sinai. And then Joshua sends spies into the land, just as Moses did back in Numbers chapters 13 and 14, except it goes way better this time. In fact, even some Canaanites turn and follow the God of Israel. Joshua then leads all Israel across the Jordan River and into the land. Just like the sea parted for Moses in the Exodus, so here the river Jordan parts and the priests carry the Ark of the Covenant across, leading all Israel with them. Now, in chapter 5, the story transitions. So the people look back to their roots as God's covenant people, and so the new generation is circumcised and they celebrate their first Passover in the land. But then they turn and prepare to go forward. And Joshua has this crazy encounter with a mysterious warrior, who, it turns out, is the angelic commander of God's army. And Joshua asks, "Are you for us or are you for our enemies?" And the warrior responds, "Neither," which shows that the real question here is whether Joshua is on God's side. It makes clear that this whole story is not about Israel versus the Canaanites. Rather, this is God's battle, and Israel is going to play the role of spectators or sometimes supporters in God's plan, which leads to the next section. We find stories about all these conflicts that Israel had with different Canaanite groups. And the first part retells the story of 2 battles in detail, and that's followed by a series of short
Jericho
stories
and
that
Ai,
condense
right?
years of battles into a few brief summaries. So the first 2 battles are against Jericho and then Ai, and they offer these contrasting portraits of God's faithfulness.
Oh, I thought
versus
Joshua's
Israel.
army conquered Jericho. Did I misunderstand that? Joshua leads Israelite successful ambush against that. What are you talking about? Joshua follows God's instruction for the conquest of Jericho, which involves marching around the city for 7 days. On the 7th day, blows the trumpets, and the walls of Jericho collapse. Cities, are you sure? Are you sure? It's just these 2 battling each
Israel's
other?
failure. At Jericho, Israel is to take a completely passive approach. So they let
Passive?
God's presence in the ark lead them around the city to music for 6 days. And just like Rahab turned to the God of Israel, maybe the people of Jericho would do the same, but they don't. And so on the 7th day, the priests blow the trumpets and the walls
fall,
falling
right?
down, leading Israel to victory. The point of the story is that God is the one who will deliver his people. Israel simply needs to trust and wait. Now, the next story of the battle at Ai makes the opposite point. So there's this Israelite named Achan, and he steals from Jericho some of the devoted goods that were to belong to God alone, and then he lies about it. It's a pretty lame move after all that God has done for Israel. And so Israel goes into battle with the city of Ai, and they're totally defeated. And it's only after humble repentance and severely dealing with Achan's sin that Israel gains victory. And so together, these 2 stories, they're placed
And
right
then you
up
killed their
front
kings
to
and all
make
the
an
men.
important point. If Israel is going
Like
to
40,000
inherit
people
the land,
just
they
get
have
their
to
heads
be
chopped off.
obedient and trust
They
in God's
inherit.
commands. They don't get special treatment. Now, the
Are
second
you
part of
sure?
the section begins with the Gibeonites, a Canaanite people group, and they do just what Rahab did as they turn to follow the God of Israel and they make peace with Israel. This is in contrast to all of these other Canaanite kings who start to form alliances and coalitions, and they want to destroy Israel. So Israel engages them in battle, and they win by a landslide. And so this whole section concludes with this summary list of all of these victories won by Moses and then by Joshua. Now, let's stop for a second, because
31
odds are
kings
that
killed.
these stories and the violence in them, they're going to bother you. And if you're a follower of Jesus, you're bound to wonder, like,
Yes.
didn't Jesus say to love your enemies? Why is God declaring war?
That's what I was asking.
So first, why the Canaanites? The main reasons are actually given earlier in the biblical story. It's that the culture of the Canaanites had become extremely morally corrupt, especially when it comes to sex. Go check out Leviticus chapter 18. And they also widely practiced child sacrifice. Go see Deuteronomy chapter 12.
Okay, yeah,
And so God
Moses
didn't
did
want
mention
these practices to
that these
influence
people were
Israel.
evil.
The Canaanites had to go. Which raises the second question. Did God actually command the destruction of all the Canaanites, like a genocide? So at first glance, you look at the phrases used in these stories. They totally destroyed them. They left no survivor or anything that breathed. But when you look a second time, more closely, you'll see that these phrases are clearly hyperbole and not literal. So go back to the original command about the Canaanites in Deuteronomy chapter 7. Israel is first told to drive out the Canaanites, but then to totally destroy them. And then that's followed by commands to not intermarry with them or enter into business deals with them. So you can't marry someone that you've destroyed. I think you get the point. The same idea applies to the stories in Joshua. Look closely. So for example, we're told in Joshua chapter 10 that Israel left no survivors in the cities of Hebron or Debir. But then later in chapter 15, we see these towns and they're still populated by Canaanites. And so what we're seeing is that Joshua fits in with other ancient battle accounts by using non-literal hyperbolic language as part
He wrote
of
the damn thing,
narrative style.
right?
And so the word genocide doesn't actually fit what we see here, especially in light of the stories about the Canaanites who did turn to the God of Israel, like Rahab or the Gibeonites. God was open to those who would turn to him. The last thing to think about is that these stories mark a unique moment in Israel's history. These battles were limited to the handful of people groups living in the land of Canaan. With all other nations, Israel was commanded by God to pursue peace. Go read Deuteronomy chapter 20. So the purpose of these battle stories was never to tell you, the reader, to go commit violence in God's name. Rather, they show God bringing his justice on human evil at a unique moment in history and how he delivered Israel from being annihilated by the Canaanites. Now, let's go back to the book's design. After years of battles, we see an aging Joshua, and he starts dividing up the land for the 12 tribes of Israel. And most of this section is like lists of boundary lines. And let's be honest, it's kind of boring. It's like reading a map that has no pictures. But for
All right,
the
show it to us.
Israelites,
I wanted to see
these
the
lists were
map.
super important. This was the fulfillment of God's ancient promises to Abraham, that his descendants would inherit the promised land. And so now it was all coming to pass right down to the detail, which leads to the final section. Joshua gives two speeches to the people that are very similar to the final speeches of Moses in Deuteronomy. Joshua reminds them of God's generosity, how he brought them into the land and rescued them from the Canaanites. And so he calls them to turn away from the Canaanite gods and be faithful to the covenant they made.
So there's a Canaanite God and then the
Lead to
Abraham
life
God.
and blessing in the land. But if they're unfaithful, Israel will call down on itself the same divine judgment that the Canaanites experienced. They'll be kicked off the land into exile. And so Joshua leaves Israel with a choice. What is Israel going to do? That's the big question that looms as the story ends, and that's the book of Joshua.
Turned north and went to Gilgal, which is on the north side of the valley across from Adullam Pass. It continued on to En-Shemesh and Rogel and up through Hinnom Valley, himself from Jerusalem. The city of Jerusalem itself.
He's dividing up the land right now.
Next, the border went up to the top
15.
of the mountain on the west side of Hinnom Valley
15,
and the north end
inheritance
of
of
Rephaim
Judah,
Valley.
allocated Judah.
At the top of the mountain,
Details of the
it turned and
boundary
went to
cities are
Nephtoah
described.
Spring, and then to the ruins on Mount Ephraim.
Yeah, we're not going to memorize any
From
of
there,
it.
it went to Baalah, which is now called Kiriath Jearim. From Baalah, the northern border curved west to Mount Seir.
We can
To
just
the
skip this
border
part.
was Hebron. Shai, his kid, the wedding, she and Fair Pond and Lower.
To your help.
Father for a field. She went to see her father, and while she was getting down from her donkey, Caleb asked her, "What's bothering you?" She answered,
I need your help. The land you gave me is in the southern desert, so I really need some spring-fed ponds for a water supply.
Caleb gave her a couple of small ponds, named Higher Pond and Lower Pond. The following is a list of the towns in each region given to the Judah clans. The first region was located in the southern desert, along the border with Edom, and it had the following 29 towns with their surrounding villages: Kabzeel, Eder, Jager, Kina, Dimona, Arada, Kedesh, Hazor of Ithnan, Ziph, Telam, Bela. Loth, Hazor Hadattah, Kiriath Hezron, which is also called Hazor, Amam, Shema, Moladah, Hazar Gaddah, Heshmon, Beth Pelet, Hazar Shual, Beersheba and its surrounding villages, Baalah, Ayim, Ezem, El Tolad, Kisel, Hormah, Ziklag, Madmannah, Sansannah, Lebaoth, Shilhim, and Enrimmon. The second region was located in the northern part of the lower foothills, and it had the following 14 towns with their surrounding villages: Eshtaol, Zorah, Ashna, Zanoah, Enganim, Tapua, Enam, Jarmuth, Adullam, Soko, Azekah, Shearim, Adathaim, Gedera, and Gederathaim. The third region was located in the southern part of the lower foothills, and it had the following 16 towns with their surrounding villages: Zenon, Hadasha, Migdalgad, Dylon, Mizpah, and Makkedah. The fourth region was located in the central part of the lower foothills, and it had the following 9 towns with their surrounding villages: Libnah, Ether, Ashan, Ifta, Ashna, Nezib, Keilah, Akzib, and Marisha. The fifth region was located along the Mediterranean seacoast, and it had the following towns with their surrounding settlements and villages: Ekron and the towns between there and the coast, Ashdod and the larger towns nearby, Gaza, the towns from Gaza to the Egyptian Gorge, and the towns along the coast of the Mediterranean Sea. The sixth region was in the southwestern part of the hill country, and it had the following 11 towns with their surrounding villages: Shamer, Jattir, Soko, Dana, Kiriath Sana, which is now called Deber, Anab, Eshtemoh, Anim, Goshen, Holon, and Gilo.
What?
The seventh region was located in the south-central part of Judah's hill country, and it had the following 9 towns with their surrounding villages: Arab, Duma, Eshan, Janim, Beth Tapua, Aphekah, Humta, Kiriath Arba, which is now called Hebron, and Zior. The eighth region was located in the southeastern part of the hill country, and it had the following 10 towns with their surrounding villages: Maon, Carmel, Ziph, Judah, Jezreel, Jokdeam, Zanoah, Cain, Gibeah, and Timnah. The ninth region was located in the central part of Judah's hill country, and it had the following 6 towns with their surrounding villages: Halhul, Beth Zur, Geder, Meerath, Beth Anath, and Eltekon. The 10th region was located in the north-central part of Judah's hill country, and it had the following 11 towns with their surrounding villages: Tekoa, Ephrathah, which is also
what are
called
we talking
Bethlehem,
about?
Peor, Etam, Kulon, Tatum, Shoresh, Kiram, Galim, Bether, and Manahath. The 11th region was located in the northern part of Judah's hill
Is
country,
this right, map?
and it had the following 2 towns with their surrounding villages: Rabbah and Kiriath Baal, which is also called Kiriath Jearim. The 12th region was located in the desert along the Dead Sea, and it had the following 6 towns with their surrounding villages:
It's got to be this one, right?
Beth Araba, Middin, Sekeka, Nibshan, Salttown, and En-Gedi.
What?
The Jebusites lived in Jerusalem, and the people of the Judah tribe could not capture the city and get rid of them. That's why Jebusites still live in Jerusalem along with the people of Judah. Joshua, chapter 16.
Okay.
Ephraim and Manasseh are the two tribes descended from Joseph.
Ephraim
and the
and
following
Manasseh.
is a description of the land they received. The southern border of their
It's these
land
two.
started at the Jordan River, east of the spring at Jericho. From there it went west through the desert, up to the hill country around Bethel. From Bethel it went to Luz, and then to the border of the Arkites in Adaroth. It continued west down to the land that belonged to the Japhlet clan, then went on to lower Beth-horon, Gezer, and the Mediterranean Sea. The following is a description of the land that was divided among the clans of the Ephraim tribe. Their southern border started at Adaroth-Adar and went west to Upper Beth-horon and the Mediterranean Sea. Their northern border started on the east at Genoa, curved a little to the north, then came back south to Mikmethath and Tapua, where it followed the Cana Gorge west to the Mediterranean Sea. The eastern border started on the north near Genoa and went between Genoa on the southwest and Teanath-Shiloh on the northeast.
Are we looking at the
Then
same
it
map?
went south to Ataroth, Nearah, and on as far as the edge of the land that belonged to Jericho. At that point, it turned east and went to the Jordan River. The clans of Ephraim received this region as their tribal land.
Gezer.
Ephraim also
Oh,
had some
there's
towns
Gezer.
and villages that were inside Manasseh's tribal land. Ephraim could not force the Canaanites out of Gezer, so there are still some Canaanites who live there among the Israelites. But now these Canaanites have to work as slaves for the Israelites. Joshua, chapter 17. Manasseh was Joseph's oldest son, and Machir was Manasseh's oldest son. Machir had a son named Gilead, and some of his descendants had already received the regions of Gilead and Bashan because they were good warriors. The other clans of the Manasseh tribe descended from Gilead's sons, Abiezer, Helek, Azrael, Shechem, Hepher, and Shemida. The following is a description of the land they received. Hepher's son, Zelophehad, did not have any sons, but he did have 5 daughters, Mela, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. One day, the clans that were descendants of Zelophehad's 5 daughters went to the priest Eleazar, Joshua, and the leaders of Israel. The people of these clans said,
The Lord told Moses to give us land, just as he gave land to our relatives.
Joshua followed the Lord's instructions and gave land to these 5 clans, as he had given land to the 5 clans that had descended from Hepher's brothers. So Manasseh's land west of the Jordan River was divided into 10 parts. The land of the Manasseh tribe went from its northern border with the Asher tribe south to Mikmethath, which is to the east of Shechem. The southern
200 BC.
border started there, but curved even farther south to include the
We
people
are
who
now at
lived
200
around
BC.
Tapua Spring. The town of Tapua was on Manasseh's border with Ephraim. Although the land around Tapua belonged to Manasseh, the town itself belonged to
1200
Ephraim.
BC.
Then the border went west to the Cana Gorge and ran along the northern edge of the gorge to the Mediterranean Sea. The land south of the gorge belonged to Ephraim. And even though there were a few towns that belonged to Ephraim north of the gorge, the land north of the gorge belonged to Manasseh. The western border of Manasseh was the Mediterranean Sea, and the tribe shared a border with the Asher tribe on the northwest, and with the Issachar tribe on the northeast. Manasseh was supposed to have the following towns with their surrounding villages inside the borders of Issachar's and Asher's tribal lands: Beth-shean, Ibleam, Endor, Taanach, Megiddo, and Dor, which is also called Naphath. But the people of Manasseh could not capture these towns, so the Canaanites kept on living in them. When the Israelites grew stronger, they made the Canaanites in these towns work as their slaves, though they never did force them to leave. One day, the Joseph tribes came to Joshua and asked,
Why didn't you give us more land? The Lord has always been kind to us, and we have too many people for this small region.
Joshua replied,
If you have so many people that you don't have enough room in the hill country of Ephraim, then go into the forest that belonged to the Perizzites and the Rapha.
What? Where is that?
Clear out the trees and make more room for yourselves there.
Even if we do that,
they answered,
there still won't be enough land for us in the hill country. And we can't move down into Jezreel Valley because the Canaanites who live in Beth-shean and in other parts of the valley have iron chariots.
Your tribes do have a lot of people,
Joshua admitted.
I'll give you more land. Your tribes are powerful, so you can have the rest of the hill country. But it's a forest,
all of that.
and you'll have to cut down the trees and clear the
Hang
land.
on.
You can also have Jezreel Valley. Even though the Canaanites there are strong and have iron chariots, you can force them to leave the valley.
Joshua, chapter 18. After Israel had captured the land, they met at Shiloh and set up the sacred tent. There were still 7 tribes without any land, so Joshua told the people,
The Judah tribe was already settled in its land in the south, and the Joseph tribes have settled in their land in the north. The tribes of Gad, Reuben, and East Manasseh already have the land that the Lord's servant Moses gave them east of the Jordan River. And the people of Levi won't get a single large region of the land like the other tribes. Instead, they will serve the Lord as priests. But the rest of you haven't done a thing to take over any land. The Lord God, who was worshipped by your ancestors, has given you the land, and now it's time to go ahead and settle there. 7 tribes still don't have any land. Each of these tribes should choose 3 men, and I'll send them to explore the remaining land. They will divide it into 7 regions, write a description of each region, and bring these descriptions back to me. I will find out from the Lord our God what region each tribe should get.
Just before the men left camp, Joshua repeated their orders.
Explore the land and write a description of it. Then come back to Shiloh, and I will find out from the Lord how to divide the land.
The men left and went across the land, dividing it into 7 regions. They wrote down a description of each region, town by town, and returned to Joshua at the camp at Shiloh. Joshua found out from the Lord how to divide the land, and he told the tribes what the Lord had decided.
Benjamin was the first tribe chosen to receive land. The region for its clans lay between the Judah tribe on the south and the Joseph tribes on the north. Benjamin's northern border started at the Jordan River and went up the ridge north of Jericho, then on west into the hill country as far as the Bethaven Desert. From there it went to Luz, which is now called Bethel. The border ran along the ridge south of Luz, then went to Ataroth Orek, and on as far as the mountain south of Lower Beth Horon.
Alright, we got it. We got it.
Side of this hill
curved north.
We know how the map looks
The
like.
border
You don't
ran
have
along
to
the
read it to me.
hillside north of Beth Araba. The Red Sea, at the mountain region of Benjamin's tribal land, had 12 towns with their surrounding villages. Those towns were Jericho, Beth Hogla, Emek Keziz, Beth Ar, 14 towns with their Haeleph, Gibeah, Kiriath Jearim, and Jerusalem, which is also called Jebusite town. These regions are the tribal lands of Benjamin. Joshua, chapter 19. Simeon was the second tribe chosen to receive land, and the region for its clans was
Simeon.
inside Judah's borders. In one region of Simeon's tribal land, there were the following 13
Alright, we
towns
can just
with
read
their
a summary of
surrounding
it.
villages. Beersheba, Shema, Moladah, Hazer Shual, Bela,
Let's just skip to
Ezem,
20.
El Tolin, the other. The southern border for its Eret, is the Tabor. Help southeast to help. Turn to Asher, the border, the edge of Ramah, and was Echelon.
God damn, bro.
Surrounding village. Then they
Holy shit.
Joshua, chapter 20.
Alright, what is this about? Cities of refuge. 6 cities designated where individuals who innocently commit murder can flee for protection from avengers.
One day the Lord told Joshua,
When Moses was still alive, I had him tell the Israelites about the safe towns. Now you tell them that it is time to set up these towns.
If a person accidentally kills someone and the victim's relatives say it was murder, they might try to take revenge. Anyone accused of murder can run to one of the safe towns and be safe from the victim's relatives. The one needing protection will
These are
stand at the
basically
entrance to the
prisons.
town gate and explain
Before
to
you
the
go
town
to, no,
leaders
these
what
are
happened.
jails. Jail cells
Then the
before you
leaders
go
will
to
bring
prison.
that person in and provide a place to live in their town. One of the victim's relatives might come to the town looking for revenge, but the town leaders must not simply hand over the person accused of murder. After all, the accused and the victim had been neighbors, not enemies. The citizens of that safe town must come together and hold a trial. They may decide that the victim was killed accidentally and that the accused is not guilty of murder. Everyone found not guilty must still live in the safe town until the high priest dies. Then they can go back to their own towns and their homes that they had to leave behind.
the Israelites decided that the following 3 towns west of the Jordan River would be safe towns: Kedesh in Galilee,
Kedesh in Galilee. Where is that? Kedesh in Galilee.
in Naphtali's hill country, Shechem in
Shechem in Ephraim. It's somewhere in here, right? Ephraim.
Ephraim's hill country, and Kiriath Arba in Judah's hill country. Kiriath Arba is now called Hebron.
Kiryah is now called Hebron. Any Hebron? There it is, right in Judah.
The Israelites had already decided on the following 3 towns east of the Jordan River: Bezer in the desert flatlands of Reuben, Ramoth in Gilead, which was a town that belonged to Gad, and Golan in Bashan, which belonged to Manasseh. These safe towns were set up so that if Israelites or even foreigners who lived in Israel accidentally killed someone, they could run to one of these towns. There they would be safe until a trial could be held, even if one of the victim's relatives came looking for revenge. Joshua, chapter 21. While the Israelites were still camped at Shiloh in the land of Canaan, the family leaders of the Levi tribe went to speak to the priest Eleazar, Joshua, and the family leaders of the other Israelite tribes. The leaders of Levi said,
"The Lord told Moses that you have to give us towns and provide pastures for our animals."
Since the Lord had said this, the leaders of the other Israelite tribes agreed to give some of the towns and pastures from their tribal lands to Levi. The leaders asked the Lord to show them in what order the clans of Levi would be given towns and which towns each clan would receive. The Kohath clans were first. The descendants of Aaron, Israel's first priest, were given 13 towns from the
They're
tribes
dividing
of
up
Judah.
the land.
The clans that were descendants of Gershon were given towns
Yeah, we're
from
not
the
going to
tribes of
memorize
Reuben.
any of this. I don't
The
care about
descendants
the
of Aaron
clans.
from the Kohath clans of Levi were priests, and they were chosen to receive towns first. They were given her, was earlier called Arba's town. Hebron was all clans of the Shep killed someone by that were and Kar. Golan and Bashan and Kedesh and Galilee were also safe towns for people who had accidentally killed some. Zebulun, 4 for Muth, Heshbon, and Jazer, 8 towns. There still were an Israel win. The Lord promised to do many good things for Israel. Gad and East Manasseh come for a meeting, and he told.
What is the summary of it? Is this important? Eastern tribes returned. 2.5 tribes, Reuben, Gad, and half of Manasseh, returned to their land east of the Jordan, but building an altar, causing suspicion among other tribes.
Them.
You have obeyed every command of the Lord your God and of his servant Moses. And you have done everything I've told you to do. It's taken a long time, but you have stayed and helped your relatives. The Lord promised to give peace to your relatives, and that's what he has done. Now it's time for you to go back to your own homes in the land that Moses gave you east of the Jordan River.
Moses taught you to love the Lord your God, to be faithful to him, and to worship and obey him with your whole heart and with all your strength. So be very careful to do everything Moses commanded. You become rich from what you've taken from your enemies. You have big herds of cattle, lots of silver, gold, bronze, and iron, and plenty of clothes. Take everything home with you and share with the people of your tribe. I pray that God will be kind to you. You are now free to go home. The tribes of Reuben and Gad started back to Gilead, their own land. Moses had given the land of Bashan to the East Manasseh tribe, so they started back along with Reuben and Gad. God had told Moses that these 2.5 tribes should conquer Gilead and Bashan, and they had done so. Joshua had given land west of the Jordan River to the other half, half tribes. Yes.
Why?
Phinehas and these leaders went to Gilead and met with the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and East Manasseh. They said,
"All of the Lord's people have gathered together and have sent us to find out why you are unfaithful to our God. You have turned your backs on the Lord by building that altar. Why are you rebelling against him? Wasn't our people's sin, that Peor, terrible enough for you? The Lord punished us by sending a horrible sickness that killed many of us, and we still suffer because of that sin. Now you are turning your backs on the Lord again. If you don't stop rebelling against the Lord right now, he will be angry at the whole nation. If you don't think your land is a fit place to serve God, then move across the Jordan and live with us in the Lord's own land, where his sacred tent is located. But don't rebel against the Lord our God, or against us by building another altar besides the Lord's own altar. Don't you remember what happened when Achan was unfaithful and took some of the things that belonged to God? This made God angry with the entire nation. Achan died because he sinned, but he also caused the death of many others."
the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and East Manasseh answered,
"The Lord is the greatest God. We ask him to be our witness, because he knows whether or not we were rebellious or unfaithful when we built that altar. If we were unfaithful, then we pray that God won't rescue us today. Let us tell you why we built that altar. And we ask the Lord to punish us if we're lying. We didn't build it so we could turn our backs on the Lord. We didn't even build it so we could offer animal or grain sacrifices to please the Lord or ask his blessing.
We built that altar because we were worried. Someday your descendants might tell our descendants, the Lord made the Jordan River the boundary between us Israelites and you people of Reuben and Gad. The Lord is Israel's God, but you're not part of Israel, so you can't take part in worshipping the Lord.
Your descendants might say that, and try to make our descendants stop worshipping and obeying the Lord. That's why we decided to build the altar. It isn't for offering sacrifices, not even sacrifices to please the Lord. To build another altar for offering sacrifices would be the same as turning our backs on the Lord and rebelling against him. Oh, we could never do that. No, we built the altar to remind us, and you, and the generations to come, that we will worship the Lord. And so we will keep bringing our sacrifices to the Lord's altar, there, in front of his sacred tent. Now your descendants will never be able to say to our descendants, you can't worship the Lord. But if they do say this, our descendants can answer back, look at this altar our ancestors built. It's like the Lord's altar, but it isn't for offering sacrifices. It's here to remind us and you that we belong to the Lord.
This is kind of like a union of the 12 tribes.
Phinehas and the clan.
The system is like a republic, like a. The way land, the way the system, constitution. Land division works is like states and union. 12 states and one centralized federal government led by priests. Twelve states and one centralized federal government led by priests. That's what it feels like.
Leaders were pleased when they heard the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and East Manasseh explain why they had built the altar. Then Phinehas told them,
Today we know that the Lord is helping us. You have not been unfaithful to him, and this means that the Lord will not be angry with us.
Phinehas and the clan leaders left Gilead and went back to Canaan to tell the Israelites about their meeting with the Reuben and Gad tribes. The Israelites were happy and praised God. There was no more talk about going to war and wiping out the tribes of Reuben and Gad. The people of Reuben and Gad named the altar a reminder to us all that the Lord is our God. Joshua chapter 23. The Lord let Israel live in peace with its neighbors for a long time, and Joshua lived to a ripe old age.
What age?
One day he called a meeting of the leaders of the tribes of Israel, including the old men, the judges, and the officials. Then he told them,
This is kind of like the system we have in America.
You have seen how the
right?
Lord your God fought for you and helped you defeat the nations
They call
who
it
lived
tribes.
in this land.
We call
There
it
are still
states.
some nations left, but the Lord has promised you their land. So when you attack them, he will make them run away. I have already divided their land among your tribes, as I did with the land of the nations I defeated between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. Be sure that you carefully obey everything written in the book of the law of Moses, and do exactly what it says. Don't have anything to do with the nations that live around you. Don't worship their gods, or pray to their idols, or make promises in the names of their gods. Be as faithful to the Lord as you have always been. When you attacked powerful nations, the Lord made them run away, and no one has ever been able to stand up to you. Any one of you can defeat 1,000 enemy soldiers, because the Lord God fights for you just as he promised. Be sure to always love the Lord your God. Don't ever turn your backs on him by marrying people from the nations that are left in the land. Don't even make friends with them. I tell you that if you are friendly with those nations, the Lord won't chase them away when you attack. Instead, they'll be like a trap for your feet, a whip on your back, and thorns in your eyes. And finally, none of you will be left in this good land that the Lord has given you. I will soon die, as everyone must. But deep in your hearts, you know that the Lord has kept every promise he ever made to you. Not one of them has been broken. Yes, when the Lord makes a promise, he does
I guess
what he has
Joshua's about to die.
promised. But when he makes a threat, he will also do what he has threatened. The Lord is our God. He gave us this wonderful land and made an agreement with us that we would worship only him. But if you worship other gods, it will make the Lord furious. He will start getting rid of you, and soon not one of you will be left in this good land that he has given you.
Joshua chapter 24. Joshua called the tribes of Israel together for a meeting at Shechem. He had the leaders, including the old men, the judges, and the officials, come up and stand near the sacred tent. Then Joshua told everyone to listen to this message from the Lord, the God of Israel.
Long ago, your ancestors lived on the other side of the Euphrates River, and they worshipped other gods. This continued until the time of your ancestor Terah and his two sons, Abraham and Nahor. But I brought Abraham across the Euphrates River and led him through the land of Canaan. I blessed him by giving him Isaac, the first in a line of many descendants. Then I gave Isaac two sons,
This is
Jacob
God
and
speaking?
Esau. I had Esau live in the hill country of Mount Seir, but your ancestor Jacob and his children went to live in Egypt. Later I sent Moses and his brother Aaron to help your people, and I made all those horrible things happen to the Egyptians. I brought your ancestors out of Egypt, but the Egyptians got in their chariots and on their horses and chased your ancestors, catching up with them at the Red Sea. Your people cried to me for help, so I put a dark cloud between them and the Egyptians. Then I opened up the sea and let your people walk across on dry ground. But when the Egyptians tried to follow, I commanded the sea to swallow them, and they drowned while you watched. You lived in the desert for a long time. Then I brought you into the land east of the Jordan River. The Amorites were living there, and they
Hold
fought
up.
you.
Was Joshua with me at that time? Did Joshua witness the Moses splitting the Red Sea? Was he there? Yes, he was present when he parted the sea. All right.
But with my help, you defeated them, wiped them out, and took their land. King Balak decided that his nation Moab would go to war against you, so he asked Balaam to come and put a curse on you. But I wouldn't listen to Balaam, and I rescued you by making him bless you instead of curse you. You crossed the Jordan River and came to Jericho. The rulers of Jericho fought you, and so did the Amorites, the Perizzites, the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. I helped you defeat them all. Your enemies ran from you, but not because you had swords and bows and arrows. I made your enemies panic and run away, as I had done with the 2 Amorite kings east of the Jordan River. You didn't have to work for this land. I gave it to you. Now you live in towns you didn't build, and you eat grapes and olives from vineyards and trees you didn't plant.
Then Joshua told the people,
Worship the Lord, obey him, and always be faithful. Get rid of the idols your ancestors worshipped when they lived on the other side of the Euphrates River and in Egypt. But if you don't want to worship the Lord, then choose right now. Will you worship the same idols your ancestors did? Or since you're living on land that once belonged to the Amorites, maybe you'll worship their gods. I won't. My family and I are going to worship.
It really
and
seems
obey
like
the
seems
Lord.
like there's other gods,
The people
and like
answered,
there's this
We could never
competition over
worship
which
other
god
gods
is
or
better.
Stop worshipping the Lord. The Lord is our God. We were
This is
slaves in
not
Egypt, as our
monotheistic.
ancestors had been, but we saw the Lord work
This is a
miracles
story
to
of
set our
one of the
people free and
gods.
to bring us out of Egypt.
And whose
Even
god
though
is
other
going to
nations
win?
were all around us, the Lord protected us wherever we went. And when we fought the Amorites and the other nations that lived in this land, the Lord made them run away. Yes, we will worship and obey the Lord, because the Lord is our God.
Joshua said,
The Lord is fearsome. He is the one true God, and I don't think you are able to worship and obey him in the ways he demands. You would have to be completely faithful, and if you sin or rebel, he won't let you get away with it. If you turn your backs on the Lord and worship the gods of other nations, the Lord will turn against you. He will make terrible things happen to you and wipe you out, even though he had been good to you before.
But the people shouted,
We won't worship any other gods. We will worship and obey only the Lord.
Joshua said,
You have heard yourself say that you will worship and obey the Lord. Isn't that true?
Yes, it's true.
They answered. Joshua said,
But you still have some idols, like those the other nations worship. Get rid of your idols. You must decide once and for all that you really want to obey the Lord God of Israel.
The people said,
The Lord is our God, and we will worship and obey only him.
Joshua helped Israel make an agreement with the Lord that day at Shechem. Joshua made laws for Israel and wrote them down in the book of the law of God. Then he set up a large stone under the oak tree at the place of worship in Shechem and told the people,
Look at this stone. It has heard everything that the Lord has said to us. Our God can call this stone as a witness if we ever reject him.
Joshua sent everyone back to their homes. Not long afterward, the Lord's servant Joshua died at the age of 110. The Israelites buried him in his own land at Timnath-Serah, north of Mount Gaash, in the hill country of Ephraim. As long as Joshua lived, Israel worshipped and obeyed the Lord. There were other leaders old enough to remember everything that the Lord had done for Israel. And for as long as these men lived, Israel continued to worship and obey the Lord. When the people of Israel left Egypt, they brought the bones of Joseph along with them. They took the bones to the town of Shechem and buried them in the field that Jacob had bought for 100 pieces of silver from Hamor, the founder of Shechem. The town and the field both became part of the land belonging to the descendants of Joseph. When Eleazar the priest died, he was buried in the hill country of Ephraim, on a hill that belonged to his son Phinehas.
We're done. We're on to Judges. Who's Judges? Summarize Judges by chapters. Book of Jonah. Book of Judges. Explained? Did he do Judges? He did. Judges 4. What is this? Judges 1. Alright, what happens in Judges? Continue conquest of Canaan, angel of Lord's rebuke. Judah is chosen. Okay. So Judah. Angel rebuke, first Judges. The first judge delivers Israel from Mesopotamians. When is this thing? When was Mesopotamia founded? It's founded. It is a. Okay, so it's pretty old. Pretty damn old, Mesopotamians. Okay, when did they disappear? Die. 100 AD. So we still have a long way to go. After Othniel's death, Israel falls into idolatry again. Deborah and Barak. Song of Deborah. Sing a victory song praised by God for their triumph over the Canaanites. Gideon's call. Israel is oppressed by Midianites. Gideon is called by an angel to deliver Israel from Midian. Gideon's victory. God instructs Gideon to reduce his army from 32,000 to just 300 to demonstrate that the victory is from God and not from human strength. Gideon's pursuit and fall pursues the remaining Midianite kings and captures them. Abimelech's reign, Tola and Jer, Jephthah's victory, conflict in the birth of Samson, Samson's marriage, Samson's revenge, Samson and Delia, Levi's concubine. Alright, who is Judah? Redemption of Benjamin. Benjaminites by allowing them to obstruct. How is Judah related to Joshua? Related to shared ancestry of tribe of Israel. 12th son of Jacob. So they have the same name. Joshua's ancestry was from the tribe of Ephraim. Let's just read the summary.
The Book of Judges. So remember, after Joshua led the tribes of Israel into the Promised Land, he called them to be faithful to their covenant with God by obeying the commands of the Torah. And if they do this, they will show all the other nations what God is like. So Judges begins with the death of Joshua and basically tells the story of Israel's total failure. The book's name comes from the type of leaders Israel had in this period. Before they had any kings, the tribes were all governed by these judges. Now, don't think of a courtroom. These were regional, political, military leaders, more like a tribal chieftain. And you need to be warned, the book of Judges is very disturbing and violent. It tells the tragic tale of Israel's moral corruption, of its bad leadership, and basically how they become no different than the Canaanites. But this sad story is also meant to generate hope for the future, and you can see this in how the book's designed. There's a large introduction that sets the stage for Israel's failure as they don't drive out the remaining Canaanites. Then the large main section of the book has stories about the growing corruption of Israel's judges, and the progression here shows how Israel's leaders go from pretty good to okay to bad to worse. The concluding section is really disturbing and shows the corruption of the people of Israel as a whole. So let's dive in, and we can explore each part a bit more. The opening section begins with the tribes of Israel in their territories in the Promised Land. And while Joshua defeated some key Canaanite towns, there was still a lot of land to be taken and lots of Canaanites living in those areas. And so chapter 1 gives a long list of Canaanite groups and towns that Israel just failed to drive out from the land. Now, remember, the whole point of driving out the Canaanites was to avoid their moral corruption and their way of worshiping the gods through child sacrifice. God had called Israel to be a holy people, and that does not happen. Chapter 2 describes how Israel just moved in alongside the Canaanites and adopted all their cultural and religious practices. And it's right here that the story stops. For nearly a whole chapter, the narrator gives us an overview of everything that's about to happen in the body of the book. This part of Israel's history, the narrator says, was a series of cycles moving in a downward spiral. So Israel became like the Canaanites, and so they would sin against God. So God would allow them to be conquered and oppressed by the Canaanites, and eventually the Israelites would see the error of their ways and repent. So God would raise up a deliverer, a judge from among Israel who would defeat the enemy and bring about an era of peace. But eventually Israel would sin again, and it would all start over. This cycle provides the literary design and flow for the next main section of the book. It gets repeated for each of the 6 main judges whose stories are told here. Now, the stories of the first three judges, Othniel, Ehud, and Deborah, they are epic adventures. They're also extremely bloody stories. Either the judge themselves or people who help the judge, they defeat their enemies and deliver the people of Israel. The stories about the next three judges are longer, and they focus in on the character flaws of the judges, which get increasingly worse. So Gideon, he begins pretty well. He's a coward of a man, but he eventually comes to trust that God can save Israel through him. And so he defeats a huge army of Midianites with only 300 men carrying torches and clay pots. But Gideon has a nasty temper, and he murders a bunch of fellow Israelites for not helping him in his battle. And then it all goes downhill from there. He makes an idol from the gold that he won in his battles. And then after he dies, all Israel worships the idol as a god, and the cycle begins again. The next main judge is Jephthah, who's something of a mafia thug living up in the hills. And when things get really bad for Israel, the elders come to him begging for his help. And Jephthah was a very effective leader. He won lots of battles against the Ammonites, but he was so unfamiliar with the God of Israel, he treats him like a Canaanite god. He vows to sacrifice his daughter if he wins the battle. This tragic story, it shows just how far Israel has fallen. They no longer know the character of their own God, which leads to murder and to false worship. The last judge, Samson, is by far the worst. His life began full of promise, but he has no regard for the God of Israel. He was promiscuous, violent, and arrogant. He did win brutally strategic victories over the Philistines, but only at the expense of his own integrity, and his life ends in a violent rush of mass murder. Now, a quick note here. You'll notice a repeated theme in the main section of the book, that at key moments, God's Spirit will empower each of these judges to accomplish these great acts of deliverance. Now, the fact that God uses these really screwed up people doesn't mean he endorses all or even any of their decisions. God is committed first and foremost to saving his people, but all he has to work with is these corrupt leaders. And so work with them he does. This whole section is designed to show just how bad things have gotten. You can't even tell the Israelites and the Canaanites apart anymore, and that's just the leaders. The final section shows Israel as a whole hitting bottom. There are two tragic stories here, and they are not for the faint of heart. They're structured by this key line that gets repeated 4 times at the close of the book. In those days, Israel had no king, and everyone did what was right in their own eyes. The first story is about an Israelite named Micah who builds a private temple to an idol, and that gets plundered by a private army sent from the tribe of Dan. So they come and they steal everything, and then they go and burn down the peaceful city of Laish and murder all of its inhabitants. It's a horrifying story. When Israel forgets its God, might makes right. The final story of the book is even worse. It's a shocking tale of sexual abuse and violence, which all leads to Israel's first civil war. It's very disturbing. And that's the point. These stories are meant to serve as a warning. Israel's descent into self-destruction is the result of turning away from the God who loves them and saved them out of slavery in Egypt. And now Israel needs to be delivered again from themselves. The only glimmer of hope in this story is found in this repeated line in the last part of the book. It actually forms the last sentence of the story. Israel has no king. And so the stage is set for the following books to tell the origins of King David's family, the book of Ruth, and also the origins of kingship itself in Israel, the book of 1 Samuel. But the story of Judges has value as a tragedy. It's a sobering explanation of the human condition, and ultimately it points out the need for God's grace to send a king who will rescue his people. And that's the book of Judges.
I guess we'll get into that next time.